Hello, hello everyone. And good morning if you are living in the same time zone as me. Let's get rid of that. And that. See if we can get the audio levels somewhat pleasant. Hello, Dawson. Welcome. Yeah, let me know if the music is too loud or you can't hear me or whatever. And we'll see about getting everything set up. So I'm making some small changes to my streaming format. One is perhaps just for today, another one is semi-permanent. So I'm going back to the numbered streams instead of trying to explain what I will do beforehand. I used to label these sort of like, okay, we're gonna do game design, or we're gonna do gameplay programming, or we're gonna do something. But then, depending on what people asked and how the work was progressing, that didn't always end up being the case after all. So I'm just gonna go back to doing like numbered streams. So this would be what was it, number 24 or something. And we're gonna go with this for a while, and then we'll see what happens. That doesn't mean I don't have an agenda for this. I do, but we'll see where the thing takes us, as they say. So, last time we did some work on these cliffs. In particular, we had this cliff here, which looked basically like this. I've done a little bit of work on that since, for example, I put this stuff here on top, made the terrain follow it roughly, etc. And then I modeled this next piece here in between. So we have sort of like the whole range of clips here on this side now, more or less how we want them. And then I've gone ahead and decorated this side of the road, right? So you can see we have grass here now. Not necessarily in all the places we want to, and not necessarily in the way we want to, but still. This is more or less how I want this to sort of look and feel. The other side is still missing things, obviously. And of course, yes, I mean, this cliff here is completely untextured. Some of the materials is not even properly UV unwrapped. So maybe we'll get to that today as well. Oh, and the other change, the one that might be for just today. I figured I would try to stream basically my entire work day today, because I just need to work on this level. It's work that I can do pretty well while streaming, I feel. And whether I'm doing like game design here in the editor, or I crack open Blender and actually like put materials on these clips or whatever, that kind of thing usually works pretty alright while streaming. So let's try to do like a full work day of streaming. Yeah, so there'll be probably some like lunch breaks and things like that in between, but well, we'll see how it goes. So let's start by actually exporting this level and playing around in the game a little bit. So I'm gonna launch it not through the editor but through the actual game, so that we get the the mission triggered here, and we can even see the intro cinematic, which now looks like this. It's kind of nice here. We have a little bit of detail here in the foreground of this camera movement. The scout car still does that weird weird turn there at the end, which makes it drive off the track like that. It's not really even weird. I kind of know why it is, but it needs some figuring out to realize how I actually want to fix it. It basically has to do with the shape of the nav mesh. Oh, the nav mesh isn't actually rebuilt for this, so it's going to be completely wrong currently, right? That's it. Yeah, you can see that you have some things going up here in the air that's not actually doesn't actually exist. So yeah, I'm gonna have to rebuild that. And this cliff is completely different now, so that doesn't match either. But that's fine. Let's turn off that again. And we've driven into the mother. So basically, I'm gonna get sort of a feel for this thing. This is now approaching. It's not quite there, but it's approaching the visual fidelity I want for this. Obviously, here we have some blockout meshes and things here. Yeah, still, this is just made up of like primitive geometry objects. So we have these like really kind of crude joints there, and this place is also not light mapped, but we're kind of approaching sort of like the overall feel of this place that I want with this. So how does it feel? I think it feels pretty alright. Let's ask the mother vehicle to actually drive off that main road so that we can properly drive on it. And let's hope the nav mesh is accurate enough in its current unbaked, unupdated form to actually allow it to drive there. Right. So I feel like the grass there on the, especially on the left side, kind of adds just enough sort of depth to the ground to make it feel like it's like a real place. On the right there, where we don't have any grass yet, it kind of looks flat and boring and like almost like plastic in some sense. Yeah, here we have the slowdown barrier, as I call it, which slows the car down before you eventually reach this invisible barrier here, which means that you can't just drive straight on into it, because that might actually be a problem for gameplay. So I have this thing here where, as you are approaching the barrier, it slows the car down. Then if you turn away from it, you can just drive the normal speed again. So I'm holding the gas or the acceleration here, because yes, you can't actually drive out onto that. Another thing that I've realized yesterday is that you can actually lift yourself over this pipeline here. Like there's a blocker here, which means you can't drive there, which is maybe a little annoying. And I do wonder if I should actually allow the player to go here, if they really want to, and then just have sort of another pipeline blocking off the path later on. Because I had this idea here, over here, that you need basically two barriers to properly block off a side of the level. So you have the first one here. You can actually lift the scout vehicle using the mother vehicle up onto this second level, but you can't really get the mother vehicle up here. So then this second barrier, the second cliff here, will prevent the player from just driving out onto the Great Plain and then falling through the ground. And so basically, I think what we might need is like a similar sort of setup here. But I don't know. We do have like the invisible barrier here, and it's not going to be visually blocked by anything. That would kind of defeat the purpose of this whole view here. Since we have an invisible barrier there, maybe we'll just have to deal with there being an invisible barrier here, at least for the time being. Oh. I'm kind of stuck somehow with the... Okay, oh, that was weird. I wonder if that was like a physics bug of some sort. But yeah, basically this side of the road is now more or less done. I mean, it's kind of empty on purpose. That's what I'm trying to say. And we have some grass here as well. So this place is pretty much I think done, at least for the time being. But then when we go here, this place is completely unfinished. Not done in any sense. We have this lower cliff here, which is actually part of this big mesh. And normally when I put grass on these things, I sort of use it to blend between the terrain and the top of the mesh, like this. But that requires the top of the mesh to be like roughly the same color as the grass, and it's obviously not that, because this is not textured yet, so it won't look very good. But then when we get to texturing, it will. It's 2:45 a.m. here, so I should head to bed. Yes, that sounds like you should. Have a good day and stream. Well, have a good night. Maybe I'll see you in another stream. Right. So I think where I will actually start is just maybe tweak this terrain a little bit here, and then we'll put in some I think rocks and trees in this area. Not that many. Don't need to fill it up with things, but just a little bit. This is kind of an interesting area, and we could put some, like, potentially even some secrets and things like that. But since it has this sort of plateau here, you can actually drive up there. You can even, as far as I know, I haven't tested it, but I bet you could actually drive the mother vehicle up there. So let's actually rebake this nav mesh. You can see that it's completely out of date here. Let's rebake this, and then we can see if it can actually get up there. And what we'll want to do here, most likely, is make this like a no reverse turn area, just like that weird little alcove where the vehicles tend to get stuck previously. So we just look at the size, like how big is a mother vehicle. It will fit here, but it will maybe have a little trouble turning. But we can test that out. So that's a mother vehicle dedicated nav mesh. Let's build the main one as well. Yeah, it's even worse off, I'd say. All right, so you can see the difference between these two is that this one has, well, the main difference is that it has a larger radius between things. The mother vehicle basically needs to take larger turns as it tries to get around things. Otherwise, it would just get stuck. There was some other, I think there was some like climb distances and things that were different between them as well, but that's the main distance, or main difference. And I think maybe we could just do, actually no. Yeah, this will work, but we won't be able to actually give any orders to the mother vehicle there. So just happen to see that that's a little bit low. Let's move it up and export this again. Right, I need to do something about this asset server taking a really long time to convert these big levels. Either there's something with the Windows file watcher which just takes long with the big files, or there's something with the asset server logic taking a long time. That's a little annoying. Okay, so we'll just make a U-turn here, basically drive up here. It is possible that it's steep enough that the mother will have a bit of an issue getting up there. I need to brake, otherwise I'm gonna fall off here. Let's see what happens. Probably won't be able to come there, right? On my way. Okay, it is. It claims to be able to come there. Let's give it a slightly better destination. All right. So what happens? Pretty good grip. There's like almost like a 45-degree angle at this slope. Okay, well that's cool. It did manage to get up there. I think this is probably like the perfect no reverse turn zone, but let's just try to see what happens if we just have it get out of there without any kind of markup in the level. And of course we're gonna make it even more difficult for it to get out, because we're gonna add like trees and rocks and things. Actually, it manages quite well. But now, yeah, look at this. It's like now we're Austin Powers all over again. Yeah, you can see the new prediction thing. Just detecting those red. I didn't care about that last one there. All right, good job. Didn't even get stuck. That's more rare than you know. But yeah, I think if we'll put in a no reversed zone here, that's just going to make life easier for it probably. So no reverse turn zones. I can just take one of these guys, duplicate it, and move it over. So you can annotate all kinds of things with these. Or well, that is the plan. Currently you can annotate two things: no reverse turns and driving speed multiplier. Which you can then just set sort of like, if you want the AI to drive faster or slower somewhere, you can just give a multiplier and it will try to do that. Right, so 60, 20, 60 maybe. You can't actually rotate these guys, they're axis aligned bounding boxes in the strictest of sense. Yeah, maybe 80-80. Yeah, that's probably fine. That's probably fine. So now if we re-export this and we ask the mother vehicle to drive up there, it should have an easier time actually getting out of there, I'm hoping. So let's see what happens. All right. I should make this intro skippable. It's a little annoying that you can't just skip it. So many things. But we can't make the U-turn and then just immediately start ordering the mother around. Alright, come here. Come. And we can actually just jump down here and we'll be in a good position to order it back down again. Alright, so come down here. Now it should reverse out of that place before it actually does a reverse turn, which is about, yeah, it's about there. Oh, it did reverse turn that way. That's interesting. Let's see what happens. I would have guessed it would have done it the other way around. Okay, yeah. Oh no. Yeah, we need to make it slightly bigger still. Either we take it away and we let it do its Austin Powers thing, or we just make it slightly bigger. And I think slightly bigger is probably the correct answer here. So maybe something like that. And we actually need it to cover this lower part, even though it doesn't technically, I guess, matter. But that's better, sure. And yeah, you can see it takes a little bit of time. This thing is getting kind of large, annoyingly so. How big is it? So the combined level is like 107 megabytes. It does get compressed down quite a lot. Let's see if we generate pack files here. Yeah. Go. And then we'll put it in. Test packs is fine. Yeah, there's quite a bit of uncompressed texture data essentially there, like the terrain height maps, probably terrain splat maps as well, or are they maybe compressed? I don't remember. But the file overall will get compressed later on, so yeah. So 104 megabytes compresses down to 14, so it's not bad, but it could be better. Okay, let's try this now. Let's see what happens. Loading from pack files is actually pretty quick, so even though the file is getting a bit large and the loading speed is getting a bit slow, it's not really a problem because the pack file loading speed is then quite fast. This level is getting pretty large after all. And I mean, we still have the light maps to consider. They take up quite a lot of space. So it's gonna get bigger still. Yeah, that's the thing with this sort of helper systems that you place in the level for the AI. If you don't place them correctly, you're actually just making things worse rather than better, right? It still wants to take it that way. That's annoying. We need it to sort of back out maybe a bit further. It's not really tricky to do. Just need to maybe place this a bit differently. Put one there, and then duplicate it. Right, so we have both of those. Yeah. Something like that, I think. It's gonna cover it better. And it kind of seems like I'm just making things worse by adding these things. It actually did manage to make the U-turn there quite nicely. Well, not U-turn, but like reverse turn. The thing is, though, that when we start adding more rocks and trees and all kinds of things here, it might not work all that well. So I'm trying to be sort of proactive in that sense. Okay, let's see. The car is driving just past where we actually want to get off, so to speak. Alright, damn it. Oh. Well, what is happening? Why can't I not give it any... Huh. Interesting. I can't give it any orders. Okay. Strange bug. That's a strange bug. Never seen that before. Oh well. Probably was some sort of desync with regards to like if the actual menu was open or not. That's annoying. Okay, let's see what happens. So now it's reversing out of that space. You could have it like reversing all the way down if you wanted to, and it like literally. And now it tries to do a... What are you trying to do? It should stop when it realizes that it goes like over the... Yeah. Yeah, the thing is that place is so tricky with returns in regards to like getting stuck. Okay. You're so silly. You're so silly. Oh. That doesn't need to be that large though. Let's make it smaller. I should really have a flag that allows me to view these even if they're not selected. Something I've added to many different object types. Alright. I typically like to leave them a little bit intersecting a little bit so that you don't accidentally get any like one frame exit events, making them do like reverse turns and things like that all of a sudden. All right, well that this will fix it. I'm pretty sure. And then we'll see if we actually need those or if we can just take them away. That's possible. So. Alright. Move here. Yeah, I might have to look at my radio menu logic a little bit to see what's going on with that. It got actually kind of complicated, annoyingly so. I wonder if that's why it got somehow desynced. But hey, it happens. Okay. Actually, I want to reposition the camera a little bit. All right. So now it should back down the. You can pause this and see. Have a look here. All right. Debug the brain. You can see that it's actually sort of it's just following the drive line as it is reversing, and now it got out of the zone, and now it's just making a normal reverse turn. And that is, I bet, the best way to get out of that place. Especially when we start to make it even narrower. And of course, like that, there's really no gameplay reason to ever ask the mother to drive up there. Hey, come here. At destination. So the funny thing is, if you consider it funny, that if we now ask, we use this one and ask the scout to drive up there, and then we ask the scout to come down, it's gonna look a little stupid because it's gonna like just reverse until it gets out of the zone. So what I should probably do is add one more modifier to the reverse turn zone, which is like only mother something. So it only covers the mother vehicle, because this thing is just like super huge. It's just problematic. See if we can actually just jump off here, get down there that way. Or do we get stuck? Almost got stuck. Alright, so now that car, if we ask it to come down here, it's gonna actually like reverse. This is a little stupid, right? It's gonna reverse like all the way until it gets out of the zone. That's kind of unnecessary. But okay. That looks good. Now, if we make this thing even narrower, the mother vehicle should, at least in theory, be able to get out of there just fine. Cool. I'm gonna hide those icons for a bit and take a sip of coffee. So, where's everyone from? It's early morning, or it's not early, it's late morning here in Finland, which means that I'm sort of having my morning coffee as I do this. I haven't really sort of properly woken up yet, I guess. A little tired. Yeah, interested to hear where you're from. What should we do about this now? I want some trees here. I probably want some trees like around here. That's one reason I don't want the mother vehicle to like go messing around near this place, because it's gonna be kind of lots of rocks and cliffs and trees. So let's start with that. Put a rock somewhere here. Maybe rotate it a bit. We have some of these are like pine trees or pine tree-like trees, but I don't have very many of them actually. Let's add these to the favorites, so the new trees. There's also something that looks like this. This is kind of cool. Would that fit there? Maybe it would. I don't know. Yeah, gonna use that tree just in a couple of places currently. There's one over there, and there's one over here. Maybe let's not go crazy with that. Instead, use our trusty spruces. Right, and what you can do is new object placement. Yeah, on closest object is fine, but we want it like aligned with random Y rotation, or maybe just random Y rotation actually. So if you use like aligned with random Y rotation, and then you put a tree, like it aligns it according to the surface normal, right? But that is usually like way too much rotation, so that doesn't look good. So instead, I just want it with the random Y rotation, so they are sort of rotated around the world Y. That's typically what I want. Yeah, like the overwhelming majority of trees in this level should be these spruces. That's kind of the idea. And here we have these guys. This is just a so-called scale mannequin, which I use to maintain the scale of things, to realize sort of like how big the average person is. Actually, that was a pretty nice position for that tree. Alright. Like if you somehow drive down here, we probably want to leave a little bit of a path to get out, so let's not block this. But instead, put some other rock, probably around here somewhere. Let's make it a bit smaller. Yep, that looks alright. And then up here, probably want something. Previously I used to put like things here to sort of hide this seam. I don't really need to do that anymore because the grass does that for me quite well. That's not really an issue when you have the grass. Let's put a rock there, and let's put another rock somewhere on this side. Don't exactly know where and in what configuration. Maybe something like that. Still leave a bit of space there to drive if someone wants to drive. It's sort of like one of my design principles here. Oh, there's spruce here on the rock layer. Object active layer, but it's probably already on the layer. I need to put in, which one was it? It's that one. Yeah, like oh shit. Up. Alright. Let's not do that. It's clearly broken somehow. Yeah, some time ago I added this ability to have nested game objects with these folders here. Used to be that you just had layers and then objects underneath them. That thing clearly doesn't work with the new system yet. Yeah, that's what happens when you're using your own tools like this. I need to drop it on the, if I don't want to nest it underneath one of these spruces, which I don't want to. I need to drop it onto that one. Yeah. Rename it, please. It's fine. Yeah, one of my sort of level design principles is that since this is a car game, people are going to want to drive around places. If there's like a cool place like this, which is sort of inviting the player in a sense to drive up there, then there should be a path up there. Let the player drive there. There's some places here that aren't accessible, such as this sort of shelf here, up on the cliff. You can't actually get up there. At least I don't think you can. If someone manages to do that, then that'll be cool. But I haven't found, and indeed I haven't designed it with the intent of letting players up there. But yeah, places like this, there should be like a clear way to get here. This is sort of an annoying pit here. Let's flatten that out just a second. So we can record the height and then just have it sort of flow into this cliff here, and then see what we'll do about the rest. think we need to kind of taper off this edge here. But this place we can still put a little bit of stuff here. We should even up this a bit more. Something like that, and then we'll just smooth it out. Not too much. Yeah, there's still a little bit of a pit, but it's much smaller now, so that'll be fine. That will be fine. I'm getting quite a lot of mileage out of these 3 rocks that I have. Just rotating them in different configurations, but sooner or later I'm gonna have to just make more. And I mentioned in the previous stream that I'll one of these days I'm gonna have to do like a stream where I just do props, just like model 30-40 props, so that I have more stuff to play around with. That'll be really useful for level design tasks. Right. Let's put like a red one over there. Yeah, that's not what I want. This guy's looking pretty lonely here. Let's put like a tall green one. If you're wondering why there are like red and yellow spruces, then all I can say is that this is not Earth. This planet has yellow and green, or yellow and red spruces, in addition to the green ones. Alright. Take the gamepad and fly through this a little bit. So here's just sort of like a slab of rock that's kind of sitting here. I wonder if that's interesting, or if it would be more interesting if we give it a little bit of an angle. I don't know. All right, but maybe still a little bit of an angle in some direction. Maybe that one, maybe that direction. Yeah, that'll be fine. How big is it actually? Should we just make it a little smaller, maybe? Pretty big. Something like that. Maybe bring it out onto the ledge a bit more. Yeah, starting to look all right. Does look a little bit like I have like equal distance between all the rocks. Let's break up that monotony a little bit. Do it by adding another rock here. That will scale down. I don't know. Put it there or something. Yeah, that's fine. Then we need to put something here. They're sort of not, really not in the critical path. It's not super important what we put here, just something. That's the slab one. I don't want the slab one there. Oh, now we're putting this actually on the wrong layer. Over there. That'll be fine. I'll put in some smaller rock collections, as I call them, as like decorations, and things like this. That's fine. Let's put in some trees here as well, next to this guy. Put like a single one of these almost like Christmas tree like spruces, and maybe nothing more. That doesn't look very inspiring. Yeah, and the lighting here is really flat because I haven't put any light probes here yet, so I tend to look like a little better with these have light probes here. If we just toggle them on and off, you can see the difference. Well, there are no light probes here yet, so this just looks super flat. Just a little annoying, but whatever. Whatever. Right. What then? Should I put another one here? I think I probably should. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do. Yeah. And there's probably something here beneath this cliff as well. Trees and rocks. And then the next step would then be to actually paint the terrain and then finally add some some grass, or actually probably paint the terrain, add some rocks and other decorations, and then add the grass. That will be done with this area. And then still add light probes and do the light mapping and everything. So much to do. Oh boy. Okay. Trees. Trees. Yep. Quite often it kind of makes sense. It's worth to not just put a rock into the ground, but actually sort of kind of dig a little bit of a pit for it. It can make it look more natural that way. So it has to do with how the water tends to flow around things. Erode it a little bit. So yeah, we should do the same for some of these at least. Like this one, which is sitting here in this kind of steep slope. Let's do a little bit of manual water erosion here. And then we'll paint the terrain accordingly. And the water can flow in other directions too. I've done the same here. Like this is an instance of a place like that. It's maybe a little too, I don't know, too heavy even. There's some lighter examples. Oh, we don't have any grass here either. Yeah. We'll put grass there as well. So we need to put grass here and then there. Yeah. That's fine. Alright, so we're painting here. I'm actually modifying this area now where the grass is already applied. It's not gonna actually pick up on that automatically. So let's get this thing and press force update, force rebuild. It just puts it back down. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it actually does a force rebuild when you actually export the level. It's no real sort of danger of it being out of date, but still. And here as well, like if you consider the water coming down from there, some of it will definitely have taken this path and would have like followed the rock here. The problem is that we don't really have enough rock here to dig a hole into the ground, so let's make that happen. We crack open a blender. And then we send this guy to blender. So because this rock is still not UV unwrapped or anything like that, just very easily make changes to it still at this point. So that's why I kind of like to leave the texturing and all of that until I have the area figured out. Right, so you can see here that I'm going to try to make this focus point a bit better. You can see that it just ever so slightly goes below the terrain. Let's just continue this a bit further. Oh, not both of them. But both of those maybe. Oh, come on. Unselect point, please. I don't know how long we actually need, how deep we need this to go. Probably not that deep. Something like that maybe. Let's go with that. Finish editing. First export after opening Blender always takes some time. Alright, now we have more real estate here to work with. More rock estate, if you will. And then we can just dig a hole. What about this guy up here? Yeah, there's a bit of rock there still to work with. I don't know about the top side though. Yeah, the top side is kind of... Okay. Let's have one more go at it. So that guy needs to continue in that direction for some time still. And that's probably enough. Thank you. Yeah, the second time is always faster. The first time after opening Blender, that probably needs to initialize some exporter or something. It takes a bit of time. All right. And then it just kind of flows down here, and we'll just paint this with, like, put some gravel and sand in this pit here, or this channel, whatever we want to call it. I'm actually not gonna continue it up there, I think, this time around. What about this place then? How should we do? Oh, I'm just moving away, of course, here. What about this place? How much do we have the possibility to dig? Not really all that much. We don't necessarily need to have it. We can keep it like that. I don't want to make this too deep, or otherwise it's just gonna give you problems if one of the vehicles accidentally gets stuck down there. Like as you saw earlier, it is entirely possible for especially the AI to get stuck in this game. Players too. I occasionally get stuck myself. So I have some plans for how to actually solve that in the gameplay. Alright. Alright. Is there enough stuff here? Let's keep this sort of light on stuff. I think there might be enough stuff for now at least. So, save level. And start painting. Let's probably start with these pits that we made, or channels, very faintly. Just a little bit of sort of directionality, right? Into the terrain. Doesn't need to be much more than that. Just kind of going in the direction that water would have flowed. And maybe we'll make some of these areas a little more gravelly. Otherwise it just looks wrong. And yeah, it does look very natural when those rocks aren't the correct color yet, but we'll get there. Actually, I think I need to bump these up just very slightly. It's quite often a good idea to actually have a little bit of higher ground under the trees, almost sort of like the ground is kind of rising up to meet the tree because of how the roots flow for like an actual real life tree. The ground tends to be a bit higher, and that's again one of these almost like hacks which you can use to just make it look a bit more natural. It's a very subtle thing. I want to dig a little more around this guy. Like that, and then just smooth it out. Which admittedly does kind of like the opposite a little bit, but it still modifies the shape just enough to look kind of nice. Alright. Yeah, the water would have probably come down from there, at least some of it. So let's make that happen. All right. Yep. We could, like in theory, do the same thing here with like with this edge, but I don't think I want to do that because this is where those vehicles will sort of most drive. So I'll just leave it as it is in that place, like that. And then we have this other material, which is this sand material, which I've used here quite liberally. So it makes sense to do the same here. And then finally we'll do a little bit of darkening using just completely black material, which is, if you apply it faintly enough, it kind of just allows you to tweak the, almost like the value of the color a little bit. Ever so slightly, ever so slightly. Some of these can just be sort of almost in sand pits. Yeah, and I don't have any shapes to these brushes currently. They're all just circles, unfortunately, which means that I quite often have to sort of start by painting like this, and you get these sort of circular overlapping blobs, and then you go in with sometimes like a smaller brush and kind of subtract from those to get a little bit more interesting shapes to those guys. It's a little too much here in the middle, I think. Yeah, and when you add the grass, you get this sort of these kind of nice flowing fields of different colors sort of blending together. It looks really nice, in my opinion at least. But without grass, it looks kind of flat and boring. supposed to be that visible, that line of sand, or whatever you want to call it. Alright. Alright, alright. I wonder if there should be something man-made here. Either here exactly where we're now, or just somewhere in this region. Some old shack or something. Old shacks take quite a lot of time to model though. Unfortunately. But yeah, there could be something old and abandoned here that would give it a sort of a nice environmental storytelling vibe. But we'll see. See what happens. We'll see what happens. Yep. I think this will work. Like as the player, you're looking at it from roughly like this angle. So like in theory we could even put like a, I don't know, we could put like a power cell or something up here. Spoiler alert, you're supposed to find power cells later in the mission. You could put a power cell up here behind one of these rocks and have the player go find it. That could be fun. Yeah. Exploration encouraged. There's a pretty nice view. Out onto the plain. Yeah. This is super choppy. My machine is dying or something. Now, I have two machines that I work on this game and regularly, and the other one is doing just fine. I think this one is just dying on me. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Let's fix that. Yeah, it's that one. Yeah. There we go. Fixed. Fixed. The ground here somehow doesn't feel very realistic. It feels like it shouldn't be rising like that. This one rises too much. Let's bring it down a little bit. make sure I don't accidentally modify that stuff up there. It's not super important, you can't really see it, but I know it would drive me crazy if I broke it. So yeah, that looks more natural. That looks better. Something a little strange with this topography here. Let's have a look. Yeah, this is just going up and down and all around. So just move it down, move that down as well. Make it a little bit less wonky. There can be a little bit of wonkiness. In fact, that is something I've tried to achieve by using the randomized multiplier. But enough is enough. Yeah. Okay, cool. Small toilet break and then start doing the decorations. Right. Let's see. So I think finish editing. I think we'll probably paint this a bit more, but I'm gonna leave that probably until after we have the grass in, because with the grass you quite often then get some nice ideas and want to try things out. So let's just put in some rock collections and things like that here. That's probably fine. Push it down a little bit. So the decorations, sort of on a technical level, these are kind of lightweight objects that you can have quite a lot of these guys. They're lighter weight than true game objects, but they can't actually have any collisions currently. So if you need collisions, then you need to either use another object type or just put in like a separate collision. Which one to do kind of depends a little bit on the situation. Yeah, that looks artificial somehow. Move it up there instead. Yeah, that's better. That's better. These always come in form of 3 rocks currently, except I think one of these are actually 4 rocks. Sometimes you just want a single rock, and then you need to kind of orient them so that, yeah, this is 4 rocks. Then you need to rotate them so that you only get like a part of them. They're kind of cheap to render, so it's not really a problem that you put some of them underground. Yeah, this looks weird, but it's mostly because of the sunlight is producing this kind of like, it looks like this is the lots and lots of triangles, but it's actually just the sunlight going wonky there. Or it's not wonky, but it's kind of falling through that small opening there. Makes it look like it's triangulating it in a strange way. But it's fine. It is fine. Okay. Yeah, maybe that's enough rocks. Rock collections. Put something here next to this guy. Just because we can. Just because we can. So these guys get batched together into a single draw call. Excuse me, and because of that you can have quite many of them. So this is not like the same object as that one. We just have them rotated like this, and of course that looks like 2 different objects. Well, it's actually more than 1 draw call because they also have shadows and things like that. More 1 draw call per pass. All right. Yeah, I think this is probably good enough. that means that we get to start messing around with the grass now. So grass works in such a way that you create an object which covers like a certain area, and then that becomes a texture that it then runs from. There's one problem with this area here. And that problem is the fact that I think we'll need to actually have two overlapping grass areas here. And I will show you why. And not only that, but I think we actually need to chop this guy up into two pieces. Yes. Which is probably a good idea anyway, because it's kind of a large cliff. So just have this piece here, that the lower ledge as a separate mesh probably makes sense, so that they can be culled separately. Even though they probably get rendered together. But at least it makes sense from like a UV unwrapping sense to have like a separate texture for that one. Let's do that. This might get a little complicated. We'll see how we manage. The nice thing about this is that you can just use this Blender sync system. So we move this over to Blender, like so. And then we chop this off, quite simply. Probably like here, along this edge. Actually no, probably along that edge. Yeah. I don't know, maybe that edge is better. So we'll start from here, take all of that, and I can take that as well, and a bit more. I want to go actually into face mode here. I think we'll split it like that, so that we'll take this horizontal part with us and leave this one to the upper mesh. Yeah, let's try that. Want all of that as well. And now we can separate that out into its own mesh. And now we actually want to do something like this. We want to create a helpers collection. Move this lower part to there and just call it something like lower. Right? And then we want to save this file. Save as, actually. Desktop, I usually call it hijack. Because I'm kind of hijacking these meshes out of the Blender sync system. Like this. And now if we do finish editing, now the lower part should go away from the editor. Bloop. Oh no, where did it go? And now we can add a new mesh that we, let's see, block out mountains. It's not really mountains, it's more like cliffs, but whatever. Whatever. Add a new quick mesh here. Put it here. And then we edit that in Blender. Oh, and actually, yeah, let's cancel this edit. I'm gonna need a little bit of the surroundings. 100, is that too much? Maybe it's a little excessive, but it's fine. Let's have it. So let's do the random thing. Get some colors here. So basically, what we want to do. Why is it rotated in that strange way? Finish editing. Let's see. If I reset it, probably better. Yeah, I think so. Right. And now what we can do is we can append that lower part object. That's why I call it lower, because that way you can see it there in the list and we get it assigned to us. And yeah, basically these things are identified by their names. I'm just gonna take that away, and then I'm gonna call this render sync target instead. And I would just need to position this correctly. So the way we do that, if I can remember this correctly now, is like we turn on vertex snapping and active. Snap with active, and then we grab that and we snap it there. That should put it in its correct place. And the place looks more or less correct, in my opinion. So now we just finish editing. Go back here, and boom, we have the mesh here. You can see that it has some wonky UVs. And the UVs are indeed very wonky. And to fix that, we can just, well, not really fix it, but hide it. We can just use a blockout material, and I think I'm used sand for those other ones. Yeah, that looks familiar. We can have a physics type, tri-mesh, default ground if we want to be able to drive on it. Like so. Alright, so now we're basically back to where we started. This seemed like a sort of pointless exercise. The thing that this now allows us to do, though, is to have the grass position itself on top of this mesh. But importantly, ignore this mesh, right? Yeah. So we'll put one area of grass up here and another down there, I think. Something like that. So I'm thinking here. Because if you have a grass object, shell grass, and we'll put it basically in the smack in the middle of where we are. Actually want to put grass, right? So we have this area. We don't need the cell grid. Go away. We'll make it a bit larger so that it covers this place nicely. That's a little too large or unnecessarily large. It needs to be wider. Where's this this guy? Where does it end? Yep, that looks more or less good enough. Actually, let's move it up a little bit, like so. Oh, yeah, that needs to be moved there. Yes, yes, it's fine. Yeah, there's quite a bit of verticality here, so let's make sure that we can put grass down there and then grass up there. So this is now a place where we can paint grass. And we can immediately start painting grass here like this. Yay! And you can see that it sort of brushes up against that thing, just like we want. That looks nice. However, there's a problem. Let's use this highlight material, which is really handy to debug these sorts of things. So if I start painting here on this, bloop, like that, you can see that, oh, it actually goes through it, right? Because it like falls onto the terrain like this, which is kind of what you imagine. But we don't want that here. We want it to be placed on top of this guy. So how do we do that? Well, we can do this. We can set a blocking object. We can have 3 currently. Copy this mesh path, this object's path, and just put it into this. And now you can see that, oh, okay, now we can actually paint on top of this guy. But now we have another problem here in the where we actually have these steep sort of angles. We no longer get the brushing up against the rock there that we want to. Like I can take that away like that. But the grass is sort of like rising up against the rock. That doesn't look good. Put back the grass material like that. That's not what how we want it to look, right? We want it to look like that, not that. But we also want it to look like this and not this, so we can't have like both. And what I was thinking is that we might actually be able to make it so that we can have both. Because what if we put in like an angle threshold? So on these kind of flat planes like this, if the angle compared to the global up is small enough, then we put it on top of the thing. And if not, then we do that basically. We ignore it. I think that'll fix some issues that I've been having with this grass. Let's see. I'm gonna save this level and actually go into code. And this is not C++, so this is not actually Zig code, which I kind of advertised this game as being a Zig game, but now we're in the editor side. Let's see. Do you have a way of generating masks for where you can and can't place grass? Not really, no. No, this will kind of be a way to do that, right? Because it's not a mask that you paint, but it's a way of filtering out places where you don't want grass. But no, I don't actually currently have that. The way this works is that you have this. Well, you can kind of get the whole and better picture of how the system works if you watch the grass video that I did. But the gist of it is that it fires rays. Ray casts down onto the ground, the terrain, and also if you have these blocking objects set, then those are also considered. And then it creates a mesh out of those. And then, quite simply, if you paint onto the height texture, then grass will appear on that area. So that's what we see with this highlight material here. So there's a cutoff in the shader which just cuts out anything that has like less than some very minuscule value. And then it colors the shells according to their index, essentially. So this is kind of like the target value. It's blue just because it's very, very easy to see against like a green backdrop. And then the lowest one is basically black. It's not quite black, but it's basically black. But yeah, let's have a look here. We have the editor component. This has the blocking objects. So basically what I'm trying to see here is that how easy would it be to just add like that angle. Raycast targets. Cast ray. Yeah, that looks good because we get a bunch of results out, and the result has the surface normal inside this res here, hit point normal. Yes, so good. That means that we can quite simply filter out here with another if. If we want the object to be considered or not. Yeah, that looks good. That looks good, you guys. Let's do that. So basically, we want to add an exposed property here. It will appear here in the inspector. I'm gonna unload, as it's called, this backend, so this editor stays loaded, but the engine is unloaded. That way we can make changes to it. And I had something very similar somewhere else, and I try to remember where it was. Might actually have been on the game side, so that would have been in Zig code. That's not unit C, it would have been unit Y, right? So unity. Normal.up. Should report post filter. Yeah. Yeah, just take the hit normal and the dot product with unit Y. That's the world space up vector. And if the normal dot up is larger than 0.8, so that would be if it is slightly smaller than 90 degrees, then we consider it traversable. So basically, like, if it is flat or almost flat. And we want to do something similar here. We can just try it out with some value. Right? Let's open a paint here. sketch this out. Painting with the mouse, so it's really quite bad actually. But like we have the y vector that points up, and then we have a surface normal points away from the surface like this. And then we have another surface or normal that is almost flat like this. So if we take this y value and the dot product, and they are sort of pointing in the same direction, then the dot product will be 1. If the surface normal is just like a wall, like this, like that, and we take it with the dot product, then the dot product would be 0. Not 2, it's 0. And then if it was pointing downwards, like this, then the dot product would be -1. So basically, we wanna accept this. This is good. That's good. Good. And this might be good enough. Question mark. And that basically is determined by the angle that we give it. Hello, Johan. Good afternoon to you as well. Yeah, that's what we want to do. And I think this is basically the cosine of the angle, right? Isn't that what it actually is? Did I get my math straight here? What is the Python function for cosine? Math.cos. Right, so is there like an arc a cos? Let's see. So if we have math.acos1, it's not math, right, I need to import it somehow probably. Import math. Yeah, so that's 1. If it is 0, then we get half pi. And then if it's -1, then we get pi. Exactly. So if in the one case, it's this one, it's like this, the dot is this one. So I use like a green color here. It's green. That's this case here, where the arc cosinus is 0, so the angle difference between the up vector and the surface is 0. Then we have this case here where it's the dot product is 0. This is kind of like yellow. This is not good, or it might not be good, depending on the angle that you put in there, right? And then you have this -1 where it is well, it's pi, so it's half a complete circle. It's that case that's red. That's bad. That's not what we want to have. Good. Okay. So for these other cases, for these grassy places that I have, I probably want to just default this value to like 90 degrees. And of course 90 degrees is this 1.57 in radians basically. Yeah. Okay, so let's do that. Let's use all this newfound knowledge that we have. And add a new float here, and we'll call this like surface angle threshold. I'm going to just add a comment here that if the angle can't type today. The angle between the global unit y and the surface is larger than this, ignore surface. Something like that, right? And then we'll just put it here as an exposed property. You can actually put this here as well. I think that's better. And then we'll use actual degrees here. Yes. Oh, Obvious Studio did a reconnection. Hopefully, the stream survived that. Right. So surface angle threshold. So we do a float dot what do we call this, like angle cos, and this would be like 3 unit y dot been writing so much Sig now that I don't remember the syntax for C++ anymore. And this would be results I dot res dot hit point normal. That gives us the angle cos. So then we get the angle. We'll call that surface angle cos. Surface angle. Math. A cos. Safe A cos. Surface angle cos. What does safe A cos do? Okay, just check some limits. Alright, that's fine. Okay. Oh. Did I write this correct? If it's larger than this, yes, I did. Good. Angle degrees. From degrees. 2 degrees. Surface angle. And if the angle degrees is larger than M angle, what do we call it? Surface angle threshold, right? Then we continue, right? Is that correct? I think that's correct. And now for the other ones, for the grass objects that are already in the level, that haven't had this guy, they will just get it set to 90 degrees. So they should work just, well, if the angle is larger than 90 degrees, that means that you're like painting grass on the ceiling somewhere, and that won't work anyway, so 90 degrees will be completely fine. We might even want to make it a bit smaller, actually. Maybe we'll put like 70. Let's put 70 there instead. Alright, and now we can just click here and we should get back to where we were. Alright, did we do that? I wonder. So we have the surface angle threshold here. Put that to like 10. You can see that, oh, no, almost nothing is valid anymore. 15. It's kind of interesting. Why does it actually go there? That's bound to be steeper than that. Yeah, like it's clearly hitting this thing. But we're not allowing, like, not even this surface. So why does it actually hit here? That's not good. And look at that code again. Hello, Marcus. Welcome, welcome. I'm trying to debug my vector math here. It's not going very well. So this thing makes perfect sense to me. I could get more coverage here as you increase the 115. Yes, suddenly everything is covered. Yeah, this looks good. But then I don't understand this guy. Like, what? What is it actually hitting? That's very strange. How's the rest of this grass look? Looks all right. Yeah, it looks all right. So basically what we probably need to do here is debug that actual raycast. And we can, of course, just take this away. I wonder if the problem is not actually the math, but let's put that back actually. Alright, yeah, I need to get out of editing mode. It's basically like this vertex here. You can see on the grass mesh. That vertex is weird. This is fine. That's probably also fine. And that's probably also fine. The one that's up is just very stretched. Oh. Ha. Yeah, it's probably hitting it right there. It's probably hitting it right here. And the reason it looks like it's not is that there's a little bit of an offset from the ground. Like if we move this grass here now, so I move this away. Just you can see now it actually ignores it. And now if we up the allowed angle 45, that one still didn't hit anything. Let's allow like 90. Yeah. Now it's allowing it there. Okay. All right. Well, that explains it. So this guy. We need to actually paint more here to see edit state. To paint more of this grass here to see what's happening. That's interesting actually. I wonder why this was going away. But yeah, it's actually a consequence of the filtering. So this visualization actually goes away if you don't have anything. You can actually just point at the surface now and go like, that one, no, that one, no, that one, yes. All right, yeah, so it works. The math there's nothing wrong with the math. It's just that the usage is a little clumsy, and here you can see that it just about falls onto this reasonably flat polygon there. Okay. So what would we do in this case? Well, we would most likely up the tessellation. Let's see. 9. We need to get out of edit mode. 9. Then we get another one that hits it right there, but that one we can actually just take away then. That's fine. Just yeah. Okay. Well, that explains it. I still think this is probably a good idea, but it's not. It's not as simple as I thought it was gonna be. Because now if we put back the grass material, it's that one, and then we start to paint again, you can see that well, we need to make the threshold something reasonable, like maybe 50. Now we can paint here, And we should get more grass, and we do, but we quite simply actually run into these cases where yeah, maybe we actually what we actually want to do here is yeah, there we go. Now we can actually paint. And let's turn off the wireframe actually. Right, so now we can paint on this blue and here as well. Yay. But yeah, this is the problem that I'm trying to avoid. Let's see if I do surface angle threshold, probably like 15. Again, I'm in edit mode. I keep making that mistake. Then you can see that, okay, yeah, that becomes kind of a problem. So I wonder what we actually should do here is sort of like not allow this angle here of this mesh to become that. But that's not as easy to do, but that is probably what I should do. So rather than checking sort of like take a screenshot of this here, put it into paint, there we go. So rather than checking sort of like this angle, this angle, or that angle, or that angle, I should check like what is the angle going to be here. So we're firing the ray down here and it hits this surface here, which is flat, and that's fine. And then the next one fires this ray here and it hits the surface which is going roughly this way, and that's also fine. So from this point to, you know, that point, we get a slope, and that slope, this is not good. We don't want that. Have you seen the GDC talk about grass and Ghost of Tsushima? I have. It's really good. It's really nice. I've done it, but they don't use shell texturing. They don't use shell texturing, so it's a completely different system. But yeah, it's really nice. And with the wind and everything, looks really nice. I can actually, I do support wind here. Like if I go somewhere and there's like some clearly visible grass here. Which object is that actually? Probably like that one, right? Clearly visible grass here. You can just put on wind material. Yeah, now we have wind. And it's actually driven by the same thing that drives the trees. I just typically don't have it enabled, but I might want to do that. Anyway, yeah, this is the problem, and it's kind of an annoying problem. So basically what we need to do here is like, okay, so if we hit this guy, right, then what is this tessellated angle going to be? And if it determines that this is not okay, then it needs to actually discard this and go down. Oh, let's use a green pen for this. Then it needs to go down to here, where the hit will be, or it's probably like around, probably like there, right? That's where the hit would be, and then it creates the slope like this, and that is like, that's okay. So yeah, I don't know. Do you plan on adding some more shadowing in between the blades? I don't know. I mean, you can just use any grass material for this stuff. I have a few different ones. They're kind of similar, but you can do some changes to it if you want to. Let's see if we can find the material here. How does the material currently work? It's kind of complicated actually, as you can see. Like we get the texture sampler we get the texture, we get there's the paint map which places the grass. We have the noise. So this thing here, which can I not? Oh, there we go. Right, so it's just a noise texture. That's what essentially gives it like the grass blade look. Then we have the tire track map, so you can actually just drive on the grass and it sort of flattens it. Then we have the terrain. We have the terrain pattern, and we have the terrain color map. And so the terrain color map is the thing that, like, you know, if you start painting the terrain here, like sand, for example, like this, you can see that the grass actually gets affected as well. And then we do some desaturation magic. And where do we actually get the diffuse color from? Right, so diffuse color is like, it's basically the terrain color times the terrain pattern. Terrain pattern is this like very subtly blotchy texture. It's basically the thing that gives this a slightly sort of all these dark blotches here. But then of course you can do whatever you want with basically this guy, the output from here. And yeah, I'm doing some scaling down the ambient a bit. And there's the SDF effect, like if you move a car. Like this guy here, you can see that this actually like darkens the grass a bit here. That's the SDF from the car. It does that. Yeah, no specular. But yeah, you could multiply the thing by the height of the blade, or I think you get the index of the. Don't you get like the index of the shell? Shell data. Transform shell grass vertex. So it's basically encoded into the color. And the color is there. I think this is shell cutoff value. Right, okay. Yeah, we don't actually get the index of the shell here, but it's used to calculate the shell cutoff value. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe I will. It's just a material after all, and you can use different materials in different places. But right now I'm kind of happy with this look. It looks basically just like I wanted it to look. Anyway, I'm gonna take a lunch break. I've been doing this for almost 3 hours soon. So I'm gonna take a small lunch break, and I'll be back probably in like half an hour or something, and then I'll decide what to do about this grass business. So let's put on the lunch break image here. There we go. And if you need to go, that's fine. Thank you for joining so far. And for those of you who are here when I come back, see you in a bit. All right. Back from lunch. So, still have this issue. I have to admit, I didn't really think much about this during my break. But it would be quite a heavy operation to try to analyze this. Basically, what we could do is let's see, where's the cell grid? So each cell gets its own mesh, if I remember correctly, how it works. And basically what we could do here is generate this with or without hitting these objects. And then look at each triangle that we generate. So this would have like two of them here essentially. And then quite simply look at their, no, that has three actually. Here's one, there's one, and then there's one. And two of those three triangles here basically have the forbidden normal. So we would have to generate all versions essentially, and look at each triangle's normal, and see if it reaches that threshold or goes over it, and then reject that object based on that. It's a little heavy. On the other hand, this kind of object where you have sort of a slight step here, which is like you have all of these surfaces. You have this one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one, and that one, and so on. Have all of those surfaces, and they're all essentially rejected by that surface angle, right? So the fact that you have here one which isn't, this kind of situation is pretty rare. So if we take this guy here and we just move it slightly to the side here, we can see that if we move the grass over here, and then we start playing with this angle again, 45, that now gives us quite a lot of grass on top of the rock. 35, a bit less, 20. One thing that we also should probably make sure works correctly here is that if it doesn't actually find anything that it feels is okay, then it should still hit the terrain, right? As the gas ray is here. Yeah. This is the one that we actually want. If we not get a valid hit, we put the vertex at the bottom of the object bounce. Yeah, and I think that that's probably a typo. Alright, well, this got complicated fast. I wasn't really planning on doing any changes to this today, so this is kind of annoying. Kind of annoying, to be sure. I'm thinking I would actually probably, at this point, I would probably actually stash that and think about it some more. But I want to see what are the changes that we now have to this. Active material is fine, spawn point is fine, no reverse zones. That's fine. It's fine. So what I'll do is actually I'll unload this thing again, and I will stash that change that we have, and I'll think about it some more. So the math makes perfect sense and actually works really quite well, but we don't really want to use it like that after all, I think. And so I'll show you another way to deal with this issue. Let's see. Let's have a look here one more time. I'm actually just going to open it in Sublime. I'm going to shut all that down. No. Right, so surface. Nope. All right. And then I need to rebuild this again. Yeah, so I just took out that stuff that we added. For now, at least, and then we'll see what we do. When I kind of know exactly how I want that to work. Right, so what we can do instead here is we have this guy. We quite simply remove this blocking object from it, and we can use this to paint grass almost everywhere here. Then we'll just have a smaller one which we'll use to paint grass on top of that cliff. So basically We do edit state and we do remove all grass. And then we can start to paint with this. And we can paint below this cliff, and we can paint below this other cliff here. But we're not going to want to paint on top of this one, because we need a separate object for that, unfortunately. So, how do we want to do this? Basically just start like this. And the way I paint grass is typically I do like a first pass with this highlight material, just because it's just much easier to see. So it gives me a very sort of fast way to view this and clearly see where have I painted grass, where have I not painted grass. Just put a lot of grass here up against these objects, so like right along this edge, because it gives you this kind of nice sort of ragged edge here, which is really what I'm going for. Maybe put the strength down a little bit and a little bit more fall off like that. Right. So here's actually an annoying thing. Maybe I should I have looked at this more closely before I started. Let's see. So here's the edge of this object. We can't paint outside of that because it will use its own texture for the next one. Yes, we actually have a little bit of a gap there. That's not nice. Let's do that again then. Oh, no. I'm doing the wrong thing. No, cancel edit. Not that, but that guy. Edit state and remove all grass. It's not really a big problem. This is pretty fast to do anyway, so. But let's add a bit more space here to make sure that we get this whole area nice and grassy. Oh, not that one. The other one. Still no. How difficult can it be to have two overlapping grass areas? Right, so now they're actually just flush up against each other. That's good. That's pretty good. Yeah, that size looks like I will be able to just fit. I won't actually be able to do grass in there with that one. Not sure if that really matters. Alright, OBS is having a field day today with the disconnecting and reconnecting. Right, so now if we actually temporarily set this to the highlight material, we can see that I've been sort of careful with this. I'm actually just about reaching the edge there, but I've been kind of careful with this since I wasn't sure what this side is going to look like, but now I know that actually I want grass there as well, so we can just actually go crazy with the grass here. Let's just make that a really grassy place, like so, and we'll just leave that as it is. Go back to this. I'm gonna assign hotkey, what do I call it? Selection group is what I call it, to that, so I can just quickly go to it. And right, now Now we start painting, and now we need to run. It's not really a big issue, but oh, I need to roughly match the thing. It's not actually exactly matching. Let's move it very slightly to the right and do that again. Alright, that is good enough. You can sort of see that there's a little bit of a gap here. But you can't really see it with the grass, but I mean, why not just move it? There we go. That ought to do it. Yeah, so now we have the two grass fields intersecting there. And I'll just bring this up. You can sort of see the edge there, but like I said, you can't really see that with the grass material. If there's any kind of edge going on. Okay, I want a little bit more strength. And then let's have this big grass field sort of occupying this area. And then there's a little bit of a break here in this what do you call it? So almost sort of like channel where the water has flowed, and then there's another one here. Yeah, you can see this this level of detail seams, which kind of are a little annoying when you're viewing this with this highlight material, but you can't really see it at all when you put the grass material here. At least I can't see basically any change. So that's pretty nice. And now we can go back to this guy and set it back to the material that we want to use. It's that one. So here we have the edge between the two. It's completely invisible. So good. Yes, the editor is my own creation. In fact, the whole engine is my own creation. And so this is the level editor, but there are many editors actually that sort of make up the tool, the set of tools. All right, let's keep going. I'm going to save this, and then we go into edit state again. And now I want to leave sort of the top of this rock here to that other grass material that I just spoke about. But we'll try to make it as small as possible so that it covers just about this area that we need to paint. And we can't actually use it below the cliff currently, because then it will just overlap with the cliff, the stuff that we looked at before the lunch break. So I'm gonna go completely nuts with this material here below the cliff, and then leave the upper side of the cliff to the next material, or the other object. And here we have the edge. So that's pretty good. We'll have one more object covering this area here. then, when we have grass covering this area, we get to go in and paint a little bit of color variation onto the ground. And also brighten or darken the grass, which is something that you typically have to do a little bit to make it look good in various places. And then when I do the light mapping of this area, I actually have to kind of redo a little bit of that. But that is all part of the thing. Right, let's put grass here next to this rock, but let's leave this bottom side where the water is sort of conceptually flowing. Let's leave that without grass. And we did so much work to actually make it possible to put grass here, so let's put it. Let's just fill this with grass, basically. And here now, if I were to do that, you could see that it kind of just goes sort of straight through the cliff. So there's no point in doing that, but we can definitely put grass here above the cliff. And then I'll leave a little bit of space here so that I don't have to deal with like mixing those two all that much. And of course, painting the grass on top of this completely untextured cliff, it won't look super impressive until we actually have the cliff there textured and correct color. Maybe we'll do that today in this stream. We'll see. I was thinking of making this stream pretty long, so see what happens. See what happens. All right. So now we've covered pretty much this area with some kind of blue lava. So now let's turn that blue lava into grass. And doesn't that look nice? I think so. Right, so here you can see that this is clearly like too bright. This is going to be even darker when we actually when we light map this. But in the meantime, and sort of in preparation for that as well, we can just darken this. So rather than using the height edit mode, we have the light intensity edit mode. So you can just make grass darker or lighter. It will pick up the terrain color, but sometimes you need to individually lighten or darken the grass. And these kinds of crevices are an example of that. And there's more details about this whole thing in the what did I call it? Something like indirect lighting tricks in Traction Point or something like that. Yeah, it's not perfect, but I think it will have to do for now at least. And here, for example, here we have to actually brighten the grass a little bit. So, kind of goes both ways. Sometimes it's too bright, sometimes it's too dark. You just go in and touch it up a little bit. Mostly it's about darkening it, in my experience. And also trying to keep in mind that light maps will change the look of this quite a bit. Essentially what I'm trying to do here is make this terrain kind of invisible, for lack of a better term. To make it look like the grass blades, so this shell textured stuff, and the underlying terrain are just sort of floating together. You can't really see where one ends and one begins. That's sort of my goal here. This is still like way too bright. All right. Yeah, here as well. And I'm not doing it perfectly. And I kind of feel like it gets a little more charm because of that. Kind of fits this art style quite a lot. That is not. It's not like monotone and uniformly sort of lit or colored. There's a little bit of variation in how this grass actually looks. I think it looks actually kind of interesting. All right, there we go. I think we've covered like most of the places. So with that out of the way, we can just basically take a copy of this guy, copy and duplicate and move it over here, and then just make it significantly smaller. Like 50 and 80. Yeah, you see some crap there. That's basically the old data that was copied along with it. You can see this darker area here. That's that one there. But we don't have to care about that. We're going to take it away in a second. I just want to make sure that this covers the area that we're interested in painting. Maybe 120. A little larger. 140. Yeah, 140 is good. And probably 60. Yeah. That's fine for sure. And now then, I think I'm just gonna do this with the directly with the grass material. I'm not gonna bother with any highlight materials, but I need to now take the path of this and put it in here to as a blocking object. Right, and we need to get rid of all the grass, remove all grass, and now we can start painting the grass. And now, as you can see, we can paint on top of this cliff. That's the whole idea of having this separate second separate object here. And yeah, it looks kind of weird now. It will look much nicer when we have the proper colors. It will look something like this. It's not a very good example, actually. Some of these are actually kind of nice and sort of fitting. I think this will work nicely. It's arguably a better modeled cliff than those other ones are. And they still pick up the terrain color. It's just that the terrain that's sort of underneath the mesh there. You can see that there's something weird and dark. Need to look at what is there. I might have had some interesting experiments there with like terrain colors or something that causes it to look like that. Same thing here. Oh no, I know what it is actually. It's light intensity. Reset the lighting. Boom. And then we go. Now we got rid of those. Yeah, I keep forgetting that. It actually copies the lighting information as well from the previous one. The one that we copied. I think we should be able to just paint here as well, yeah. But we want to be a little bit careful because, yeah, it starts to look like that. Because the tessellation of the grass mesh is not necessarily high enough. So it's kind of like, do you want to just leave it or what do you want to do? I'm not sure actually. Maybe we'll leave a little bit of this here. Shits and giggles. Like if you're doing this wrong, then the risk is that you'll get grass that sort of looks like it's like in the air, and that can be unfortunate. That can be very unfortunate. At least I'm trying to avoid it here. It's not the end of the world, and you'll get a little bit of it, but try not to have a lot of it. Okay. So I think this just about covers this area. And then we can look at it actually from below. That's another trick to see where we have grass if it's difficult to see. See that we have quite a lot of empty space here, so let's just put some here as well. Why not? Starting to look pretty lush. Oh, we've actually reached the core, the edge here. Want to be a little careful with that, so you don't get these like super sharp corners or edges. That can look bad. Let's just say. All right. Maybe we can go a little further here on this ledge. Then I'm gonna want to paint a little bit of grass here, but I think I'm actually going to use that other object, because then we can paint it just flush up against that side. That's gonna look better. So if we try to paint with this, I'm just gonna do an edit state there in between, so I can undo that. I'm gonna paint with this. It kind of goes on top of that thing, and I mean, that might be what you want, but I don't actually want that. I want the cliff to show through there. So we'll use the other one instead. It's this one. And then we paint with this instead. And we'll get it sort of flush up against it, but not on top of it. Like this. Yeah, and you can sort of see two different grass objects blending here. The blend is not perfect. Let's bring down the light here just a bit. And we should be able to match it pretty reasonably well. Yeah, I think that's good. That's gonna work fine. Alright. So, it's a bit difficult to see here if we need to make the grass out there on the ledges darker or brighter, but we have a reasonable idea of what this is gonna look like. And I think it looks pretty interesting. Fluffy. So maybe we'll actually just texture this next. Just get it done. And this place will just look much more final thanks to that. Yeah, before that though, let's just play the game a little bit, see what it feels like. Oh, now that we have this area somewhat well designed, let's update the nav mesh. You can see here that we moved this rock and other similar things. So we update that, then we update the mother vehicle's nav mesh as well. Oh, that's actually not the rock. That's just it's too steep. Yeah, that's why there's a hole here. That area is just too steep. Yeah, that might be actually an issue if someone is trying to make a turn there, but they really shouldn't. Yeah, I'm not sure that's going to be a problem. Let's leave it as it is, for now at least. Turn that off and then do the same for the mother. Mother vehicle doesn't seem to have that same problem. Let's see what happens now when I rebuild this. Oh, it does not. But I think this has the slope climb height, I think it's called. Max climb 1.5, max slope 45. I think this one has climb, yeah, 0.9 and 45. So that's why there's one in the main, but not in the mother. That's completely fine. That is completely fine. There we go. Alright, things are looking nice and fluffy. Oh, what? Huh. What? What? That's not good. It's kind of interesting that we can still we can still do this. These leave tire tracks in that. All right, so what's going on here then? What's this then? What is this then? It's basically that object, right? Okay, well that's the reason. Why have I made that so low? Yeah, that's maybe a bit unnecessarily tall, but that doesn't matter. It's not going to actually break anything. We can make that a bit. That's 50 is probably fine. Let's do that as well. Like 60 is a bit annoyingly. It's a bit annoyingly tall. Yeah. All right. Re-export. When everything seems to be going fine, that's when things break. Yeah, this is not a break. This is just an incorrect height. When things break, that's when you have no idea what's going on. At least in my experience. In fact, what actually happened here is exactly this comment that we looked at like 20 minutes ago. If we don't get a valid hit, we put the vertex at the bottom of the object bounds. Well, that is basically exactly what happened. That's why it was like in a flat plane, because that was the bottom of the object bounds. What is maybe a little strange though is that we have quite a lot of grass here. Yeah, there's something strange here now. Have we actually... Yeah, because this doesn't look correct at all. So now we can talk about breakage. So this is, if we put on the highlight, you can see that, okay, it is actually not in its correct place. That's not good. Shellgrass 13, okay. What do we have? That's 16. Highlight. Yeah, something's funky with that number 13 over there. I don't think I've actually modified it at all. That's not good. What about this guy? That looks more or less correct. And then there's this one. That looks pretty correct as well. So all of these are fine, but this guy is borked. Oh boy. Okay. So what I'm gonna do here is, because I haven't actually touched this in this stream at all, at least not like except this trying to match it with the neighbor there. It should be completely untouched, and it's Shellgrass 13. Ironically, it's number 13. Let's take a picture of this guy here and put it into probably like GIMP or something. And I think we can salvage this. So that's what it looks like. And another thing that we can do is we'll put a waypoint to on the base layer, editor waypoint. Let's call this camera T for transform. And we'll take this align selected object with camera. And so we have it here. Exactly there. And basically what we can do now is we can move around the scene here, and if we have camera T selected, we can do align camera with selected object to get back here, so we can see the difference there. Alright, and then we'll just quite simply shut this down. I'll take a safety copy of the basis level file. So most binary level data things in this engine, they actually go into a separate folder with the same name, refinery_blockout, as this, with refinery blockout binary data. So here you have all the quick meshes, for example, the things that we moved between Blender and the level data. The grass actually doesn't. So we have shell grass 13, please. You can see Shellgrass actually has a bunch of base 64 encoded data. A whole bunch of it actually. There we go. That's where it ended. That's number 12, alright. So we'll get to it right about now. No. Here we go. Yeah, so this is the thing, editor state. And this is just binary data, but I just opted to put this into the level file itself for some reason. I guess it was just easiest when I did the Shellgrass stuff, but the thing with this then is that if we do a diff, we can search for Shellgrass 13 here, and we can see that, okay, what I've actually done is I haven't actually touched this data. Oh, I have, but yeah, and I bet this is actually the edge that we painted, right? But what I have done, which I should not have done, is that I've gone and changed the size of that guy. I don't know why I have done that. That's not good. That might be everything we need to do. If we're lucky. Finery blockout. It's not really a blockout anymore. There's some blockout areas here for sure, but level's not really a blockout, so it shouldn't be called blockout. Alright, and now we can see that it's actually fixed. Now we can go to there, align camera with that, and again we'll take a print screen. And we can just put it in here. You can see the difference. So yeah, it's not moved, it's just scaled. Interestingly, I did that. Well, that's fine. Now we can also see then that if we now take this guy and we move it, we actually have quite a bit of overlap there, right? And that's actually what I was thinking earlier, that I thought I had some overlap or some like extra space here. I didn't think I would have to actually match it up. And indeed I was right. I just somehow broke it. But that means that we can get rid of some of this. Here's the other terrain, the other grass objects stuff coming through. Now we just try to match this edge here. Something like that. That's probably fine. And then we go to that one. And we edit the grass here, paint it on this side. Maybe it doesn't need to be like a rectangular field, right? It can be something a bit more organic looking. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, something like that. That's gonna work just fine. Yeah, you can see the grass rendering distance isn't super high. We can make it higher. Here's the cutoff distance, 250. But it's typically not really needed any further than this because it blends so well into the actual terrain color that it's pretty nice. Alright, just a matter of putting these back to what they were. I think I can do them like multi-select wise, but I don't want to risk it right now. Now that I got this back into its original and proper shape. Okay, so that's good. Now then, let's just make sure that height is correct here, and it is, yeah. So we had that weird flying grass thing there earlier, because the height wasn't correct. Well, now it is correct. And it probably just got moved in such a way that it didn't cover it anymore. But now it does, and that's good. And how's this looking now? Here you can sort of actually see the, yeah, here you can see this is what happens when you have overlapping grass two grass objects kind of overlapping, it doesn't really look all that nice. Let's get rid of that a little bit. Like so. And then we take this next one. And we can maybe paint some light into it. Just get rid of that annoying border there. That looks better. Okay, that's good. Before we give it a go, I'm gonna want to do a little bit of painting on this because I typically like to do that. Darken parts of this very slightly. You don't want to make it like blotchy, but you are gonna want to add some areas of darker grass, stuff like this. It just kind of looks nice when you get it right. It's not always easy to get right, but just give a little bit of character to the place to add some irregularities. Sometimes it's easy to look at this stuff from the bottom to just see exactly how thick the grass is at some point, or in some specific location. And sometimes you can see the grass kind of refreshing. It looks kind of weird, like the grass is sort of changing the look of it. But it's kind of difficult to say what is happening. And the thing that is happening is that the camera has moved far enough from where it previously rendered its terrain color map. So the terrain color map is something that is rendered in different places, kind of on the go, as you're flying through the level with the camera. Because materials like the grass, they need to be able to sample based on world distance. And to be able to sample, hey, what is the terrain color at my position? Or shall we say the grass shader needs to be able to do that. And it does that by just reading a texture that is mapped to a given area. So it can just very easily linearly remap terrain coordinate to like a color value, and that texture is not big enough to hold the entire level. That would be kind of wasteful. So it is re-rendered according to certain thresholds, basically, like when the camera has moved far enough from where it was previously, we re-render it. And I think you can do it from here as well. And that sometimes makes the grass sort of jump a little weirdly. You don't really see it in motion, but you can see it when you're moving the camera through like the level like this. Sometimes. Almost looks like a smiley face here, but these darker splotches, let's not have that. I place it like this. This is just like super boring and like uniformly green. There's nothing interesting here at all. Then just go in and add something here. Something to make it less uniform. We can even do sand. Just make some of these areas a bit more sandy. Sand colored. Sandy sand colored. Yeah. Okay, I think that's quite enough of that. So let's see if we have any casually flying grass now. Yeah, I can basically get rid of my safety copy there, but let's not do that yet. I'm gonna leave it where it is. Alright, things look nice and fluffy. Nice and fluffy and most of all correct. Yeah. Looks like it is now correctly positioned. Yeah, I'm gonna wanna texture that next. This is just annoying that it's colored like that. Right, mother, try to make your way over here. Right. see how it does. And in particular, we'll see how it does when it wants to get out of there. And I mean, this is not really a critical place for the mother to be able to get out. There's not necessarily any gameplay reason to actually order it up there, but I still want these areas to be basically traversable by these vehicles. So. And yeah, that looks like. Oh, hey, you're doing that turn a little. It's a slightly wide turn there. Oh well. Alright, what's going on? No. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. No casually flying grass anymore, that's good. Just casually flying cars. And that's just stuff that you want, actually. I think we should maybe try this with the web GPU backend. See what that looks like. Web GPU backend doesn't have HBAO support, so the ambient occlusion will look a little flatter because it just uses the engine's own SSAO, which is not really tuned properly for this scene. But other than that, it should look correct, as far as I know. Let's have a look. So we can enable it by using command line flag, which, if I remember correctly, probably have to check it here from probably here in the main function. Yeah, so GFX web GPU, that's the thing we want to add here, like that. And let's see what we get. Right, so web GPU using Vulkan. How are we running? Actually keep that on so we see the frame rate there. Yeah, you can see that there's a little bit of slowdown here. It would seem. It basically works, but there's a little bit of slowdown. We're dropping some frames. We're not 60 locked, fortunately. It's not on this GPU. So there's still some optimization work to be done there in the engine. But it basically looks correct. Again, we don't have the HBAO, which is actually, I think the HBAO is actually it's actually probably faster than the engine's own crappy SSA. Oh, we can probably turn that off. Shouldn't make much of a difference. Makes a little bit of difference there in the car. But that's basically it. Yeah, we're still not really locked 60. Oh well. That's for another time when I do the optimization, actually. Bloop, 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 bloop. Yeah. Light maps do a lot to actually make this look nice. If you have light maps. But yeah, optimization is not for today, it's for another day. So let's not worry about that. It's running better the further you sort of you're playing this. I have a feeling that these some of these slowdowns in the beginning are essentially kind of shader compilation stutters, because web GPUs compiling these things for sort of like for the first time they're used. Not all of it though. Not all can be sort of blamed on that, but it is now running pretty much locked 60 to having run it a while. Find a way to the lift station. How would we do that? However would we do that? That's for you guys to find out when you play the demo. Yeah, like in this area, it's not just running completely locked 60. And here we have the barrier coming up. That's why it's going so slowly. Barrier is pretty much by this tree here. But it occasionally just falls down. It might be Dawn just doing something strange. Dawn is the web GPU runtime that I'm using. Yep. Alright. Alright. Good stuff. But not as good as the D3D11 one currently. Also, you shouldn't really be profiling this build. You should be profiling something that's called the release build. No, sorry, the final build. This is the release build. The final build is what we should be comparing the performance against. I mean, we are dropping some frames here in the D3D 11.1 as well, just occasionally. Not really now, but every now and then it happens. Yeah. Okay, so what I think I will do now is I will add grass to this area. That's sort of like the last place here where we still don't have any grass. And when I've done that, then I will turn my attention to this lower cliff here and actually polish it up a little bit, then UV unwrap it and then texture it. So we get some Blender goodness in the stream coming up. So that should be fun. I haven't done that in a few months. I wonder if I remember how to actually do it. Basically what we want to achieve is have the cliff look basically like this. Like this thing here. And when we have it looking like this, we can do all kind of fun things like light map it. Like so. And light mapping adds extra level of soft ambient occlusion to everything, which is just nice. Stuff like this, for example. There's quite a big difference there. Some artifacts there still, yeah, I know. And yeah, here we can see that we do need to adjust some of this grass a little bit when we do the light mapping. This hasn't been adjusted for light maps. But then again, on the other hand, this grass has been, and it looks wrong without the light maps. This now looks wrong, and then when we put the light maps on, it looks better. So, it's a whole thing. It is a whole thing. Oh, one thing we should do is we should actually play this in multi-threaded mode. So, put on set server thread to true. Yeah, this is another thing that we should have done when gauging the performance. So now it's running the whole AI and everything on the background thread. The reason I quite often run them on the main thread is that it makes debugging certain things easier. See if we can have the mother following us. Takes quite a long time for the mother vehicle to make a reverse turn. And yeah, the mother vehicle modeling as sort of a task is also coming up pretty soon. Like after I've done this intro area here, I'm probably gonna do the elevator and just do a pass on the elevator. And then probably the mother vehicle after that. Yeah, we need like sound effects and everything for this guy. It's gonna be so much more fun. Sound effects and particle systems and time tracks and exhaust smoke and everything. It's gonna be fun. Fun. Alright, what about here? Can you come up here? Apparently. Gonna hit that rock, aren't you? No? It's nice. The air drivers are so careful these days. Except when they're not. Yeah. Pretty good grip on those tires. Alright. Nice. All right. A little bit of gameplay to clear the head. But yes. On to next things, I guess. I should probably submit this. Let's have a look at the level file changes. What is this? Oh, active, that's the terrain, yeah. Active materials change all the time. Oh, yeah. There's a camera transform waypoint that I don't really need, but I can remove it later. There, this one. Yeah, I guess I can just take it out like this. There we go. Boom. Alright, this is very heavy for this diff tool to show, apparently. Yeah, that looks good. Okay. So now if we open this, we should basically have the same thing, but without that camera T object. Which we do. Good. What is that? I'm feeling that's something that really kind of shouldn't be there. Oh well. It is what it is. Right. So, one more grass area. How far do we have grass here? Highlight. Ah. What happened? Oh, I just my camera is too far away from it. That's why it's not showing up. Right, so it's that far. It's actually a little. The cutoff is a little close, in my opinion, because this blocker is here, and actually we wanna make this blocker a little thicker. Something we sort of figured out together on a previous stream. And now that this, there's all kinds of things wrong with this now. Good that I looked at this. Let's make this like 180 or something like that. Yeah, because this is much wider now, so you can get like pretty far there to the right if you're driving this way. So this big thing here with this arrow, this is the slow down barrier, as it is called. It just makes it so that you can't just drive very fast into this barrier here. I'm just gonna make that 20 instead of 10, and then we can do move snap 5 and just move it bloop, and now it should still match up with that, which it does, so that's good. Put that back to 1. But yeah, you can basically come up with the camera this close, right up to this barrier, which means that you can see all of this, and you can see that there's no grass there, which is a little sad. It's a little sad, so I wonder if we should quite simply, like the grass ends well, right about there. Yeah. Okay. Why's that like rotated? It really shouldn't matter that it's rotated. Well, it is rotated, but it doesn't. Strange. Okay. So let's reset the orientation here. It shouldn't really matter with these grass areas at all. I don't want them to be rotated. That's silly. And then we can just copy this, move it there last in the in the list, and then we'll probably make this like square, like this. And so now we can use this to fill in any of the missing grass that we want. Starting from somewhere over here, basically. Let's do edit state, remove all grass, and reset the lighting. Like that. I'm gonna save this before I start messing with it. So we'll probably want to have at least a little grass here close to these guys. So let's put some stuff here. Strength is a little high. And grass is really good to put next to other meshes, because then you sort of highlight the idea that this terrain is not just a flat plane or like a smooth body of something, which this obviously is. This height map is a pretty smooth sort of thing. But when you paint it next to something, so that when looking at it at a pretty low angle, such as when playing the game, you can see the grass blades sort of up against those objects, reinforces this idea that the terrain is actually sort of gives it more depth, essentially. That's why I always, well, not always, but quite often paint quite a thick layer of grass here near these meshes. Where's the border? Right on the border, actually. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Lots of grass here against this wall. Free from meetings. Sounds good. Welcome back. Right. I guess I want to be a little careful with how much and how far out we paint, like really thick grass. If we want to sort of give the impression that this great plain has like relatively short grass. I don't know, that remains to be seen. But I'm not going to want to put a whole lot of stuff out here that is going to sort of not gonna be close to the player anyway. So I'm thinking I'll just put a little bit of this stuff here to reinforce the idea that it actually continues, but not make it like super thick, at least not in most places. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, this box here actually belongs to like a test level. Sorry, test mission. So there's like a box here, and there's a trigger. And this one. Yeah, test mission Nemo script 1 done. Yeah, it's kind of unnecessary. What level of grass coverage are you going for? Everything that's green, or are you going to leave some patches relatively empty? Depends a little bit. I think this area is pretty representative of what I'm going for. So stuff that's green is generally sort of considered to be grass. Yes, that is true. But we also have grass in these non-green areas. That's kind of the idea here. But then you have some of these sort of small hills here, like this one here. This area doesn't have any grass at all. It's not very green actually. It's sort of or more like sand in this case. And then right next to it here, where there's quite a lot of green, there's also quite a lot of grass. Well, I haven't had the grass system for that long actually, so I'm still sort of trying to figure out my sort of overall plan with it. That doesn't look very good. I should probably just remove it, or trim it a little bit. But I think this kind of looks nice. And I went for the shell grass specifically because you can sort of, for a relatively flat performance cost. It's not completely flat, but for a relatively flat performance cost, you can just have lots and lots of it. So, yeah. That's the plan. Which one is that? It's 15. And then we need to do a little bit of painting and adjustments here. Set that to number 9 again. Now, typically, if I have like an object that I need to jump back to all the time, I just set it to number 9. That's kind of like my temporary active object number. Right, light intensity, s'il vous plaît. Let's make that grass a little less dominant there, because we can't actually paint here. Actually, we can paint here. Okay. Well, don't mind me then. I'm just going to paint away. I kind of thought the area ended there, but it actually didn't. We can't have grass against these guys currently with this object at this size. Meh. Oh well. Yeah, shell rendering was used in Viva Pinata for lots of things. I don't think they used it for quite everything, but yeah, almost everything of this. I don't know how optimal my implementation is. I had actually never done this when I tried this out, so, and I didn't even really have any references, like technical references. I just tried to do what I thought was good, and it gave me this, so maybe it's good enough. That's a little dark. Let's make it a bit brighter. But I like the fact that it's a very subtle effect when used like this. When you have it sort of assuming the color of the grass or the terrain. Yeah, not necessarily grass, but the terrain. And the height of it is fairly short. Well, that tends to be the case with shell rendering, because otherwise you just you need to increase the distance between the shells so much that the effect sort of breaks down. And you try to match it to the underlying terrain, so that it just gives you like a sort of a hint of something being there. If it works fast enough, then that's all that matters. Yeah, well, I hope it works fast enough. I probably need to optimize it a little more. The problem with shell texturing, performance-wise, is that it has a fair bit of overdraw. And that's not really, there's no like easy fix for that when it comes to shell texturing. You can partition the stuff in a certain way and try to sort of only draw the things that you really need to draw, given the camera transform and all of that. But there's still like there's a fair bit of overdraw, and that is why the highlight material that you've seen me use here quite a lot is actually a fair bit faster than the actual grass rendering, because there's not that much overdraw there. And I mean, this grass here generally has 32 levels of shells. You can adjust it, but it's 32 by default. And so if you have the highlight material, the debug material, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't sample any sort of noise texture to get this kind of grass look. It has just a uniform sort of blob, which is the height and which shells to cut away are just simply determined by the value at that position. So it tends to be sort of a more uniform surface covering the underlying shells, which means that there isn't actually that much overdraw. Would you be able to reduce the density of the grass at further distances? You can reduce the shell number really easily. In fact, that is what I do. I don't know if it's visible here. Like if you look at this area, right next to the rock, you can't really see when it changes the density of the grass, which is of course really good. But then if we turn on the switch the material, you can see it super easily. Highlight. Right. So, well, here you can, for example, here you can see a level of detail boundary. If you look at this again, the same place, now you can see that there's a level of detail switching between these two. So I think if we move close enough, we have all the 32 levels here. I mean, you can count them if you want to, but actually we might not have them because this is probably not like full strength. Like now, now there will be 32 of these pancakes on top of each other here, and if we go to the medium level, which is this, now there will be 16, and if we go to the low, which is that, there will be 8. I mean, those we can even count. What is that? Like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it just cuts it in half. And so that's a level of detail system that's already there. And you can see it super well with this, but you can't see it almost at all with this grass, and that's kind of the idea. And then we just cut it away completely at the cutoff distance. It might get nuked by the YouTube compression, but I can tell you that it's I can't honestly see it change. Even just looking at the monitor normally, I have no idea when it changes. And to me, that's just one of the magical features here. Like, it's really difficult to see, even though the draw distance for the grass is not actually very long, but you can't really see when it fades away. We can toggle it on and off, and you can see the. Like here you can see. Okay, I see it now, but that, I think that's a very cool thing with this. It just LOD-wise, it's just very efficient. But the actual rendering might have to be optimized some more. Anyway, now we have grass here, but probably way too little still. Let's put in some more. But yet, like density, when you asked about density, can I reduce the density by distance? There's not really such a thing as density with shell textured things, right? Because it's just like a sheet of something covering. It has essentially like 100% density. Then it's just a matter of sampling some texture, which actually cuts away pixels. And of course you can do that, yes. You can do that by distance. But you actually sort of make things worse. Or you might make things worse. Because when you are cutting things away, you allow for more overdraw. And the overdraw is the real big bad here. So, actually, what you probably want to do is is reduce the number of shells. Sorry, I'm just drawing a blank here. I mean, that is why the debug material tends to be faster, because it is essentially, there's more density in it, so there's hardly any overdraw at all. At least that's my experience. That's how I understand it. And overdrive is, of course, it's kind of like you can do some things to alleviate that, but it's not like can't really make overdraw faster. Just have to try to not draw things. Maybe I need to look at that somehow. And like I said, like partition it better somehow. Is this still using WebGPU as an abstraction to choose a target? Yes, there always was an abstraction. I don't use any graphics API directly on the engine level. And actually, just like 10 or 15 minutes ago, we tried this out with the WebGPU backend. This is now D3D11, as you can see up in the corner. But we can do this. We can uncomment this GFX API WebGPU command here, and then we can run the game. And now we're running it with WebGPU/Vulkan. And yes, I just, like I said, I just ran it with WebGPU and determined that it doesn't quite run as well as D3D11 currently, but that's mostly because the engine is just really optimized for D3D. But you can see it runs pretty much 60. So it's not that bad. But yeah, we're down to 52 at some point. Also, if you let it run for a bit, it stabilizes. I should mention that the Dawn version that I'm using is like a year old now. I should really just update it. But yeah, it works with WebGPU. And yes, I really should update it, because it's supposedly a lot better. Overdrive is a problem for seemingly every foliage-related thing. Yeah. Everything related to alpha, and of course, foliage has there's a lot of alpha-based foliage things. You can do a lot of things with geometry these days, such as the famous Ghosts of Tsushima GDC talk thingy, where they I think they did like grass blades in the compute shader or something like that. It was kind of interesting. Kind of interesting, and also pretty complicated. I'd love to have a system like that, of course, but I'm trying to keep things relatively simple. Not go super overboard with any of these rendering techniques. I'm not that good of a rendering programmer anyway, let's be honest. I'm very much like a generalist. All right, let's paint some more height into some of these areas. I want there to be a bit more of this stuff. Yeah, ever since I did the web GPU video, I haven't really concentrated on like graphics programming all that much. I think actually Grass is one of the things that I've done. I've actually implemented since that. But almost completely since then I've just concentrated on the game. And so there's some things that I know I need to do. Such as I would really like to port the HBAO Plus code to just use my own graphics API directly rather than using NVIDIA's stock one, which is just the current version is just plugged directly into the backend. So the HBAO SDK comes with like I think it's D3D 11 and 12 versions, and so I just plug it right into the backend, bypassing the basis graphics API. But if I ported it to work on that, then it would just work with any backend. That would be nice. Found the channel because of the web GPU started to state for everything else. Yeah, it is like by far my most popular video. And as these things go, it is not by a long shot like the video that I put the most work into. It's a consistent workhorse. It brings me about 100 views per 48 hours or something like that. So 50 views per day still. Which of course is not very much, but like on my scale it's quite good. But yeah, I guess it was worth it from like an advertising perspective. Get a bunch of eyes on the stuff that I do. Yeah, a bit more stuff here. Almost done with this, and we'll get the texturing. doesn't look very good. Let's take that away. And grass there in the darkness. All right. How about that? Maybe that'll work. I think what I might want to do in just a second is actually run this as a so-called final build, so as a completely packaged thing. There's a fair bit of there's a fair few flags there that are set in their correct positions to actually allow maximum performance in that build. Things that, instead of being as modifiable as they are here in the editor, they're just simply hard-coded into place. So that's one reason to try that out every now and then. So the build that we're using most of the time in these videos is just exactly the same exe as this editor is running on off. So it uses some slower paths for various things because they need to be modifiable in ways that the final build doesn't need them to be. Me too, great stream by the way. Thanks for the info, you're quite welcome. Are you using any kind of streaming techniques to read the world info, or is it all loaded ahead of time? It's basically loaded ahead of time. I think what most people mean when they say streaming, basically like streaming of the disk, then like based on your position or something like that, like an open world engine would do, or indeed like many modern engines, even if they aren't open world. I don't do any kind of that stuff like that. I have something called streaming position, which is the camera position, or it can be something else if you want to script it or set it to be something else. And that stuff determines a bunch of like levels of detail. We already talked about, we just before this talked about the grass LODs here. We also have the terrain LODs. There you can see kind of, actually I can't see it with that, but you can, if I turn on this flag here, you can see there's some level. Actually, it fades away quite nicely with the fog there. It might be kind of tricky to see. LOD bounds. Here you go. So we have these patches of terrain data that's being uploaded to the GPU as needed. So there's a little bit of streaming for you if you like that kind of, or if that is that is the kind of streaming that you're thinking of. But they're not loaded like off disk. They're not streamed off disk. They are all loaded into memory. Of course, this is just geometry, so it's not that big. So you have the green one, which is actually kind of close. The yellow one and the red one. I do a little bit of manual streaming though, like streaming based on scripts in the mission of this particular area. And that is based on something that I call layers. Where's the thing I just turned on? It's right there. Oh, there's a decoration occ tree as well, which you can't actually see it in the editor. You can only see it in the game. Yeah, there's some objects that get turned into so-called decorations. So these things, for example, and they are rendered using a sort of similar streaming in quotation marks thing, but again, it's not something that's actually streamed off disk. But yeah, the layers, you have these green things here, green folders. Under several of them, you then actually just have normal folders that are kind of organizational things. But these layers, the green ones, they have a lightning bolt or they don't. And if they have a lightning bolt, it just means that it's auto-loaded. So, for example, we have test vehicles here. There's a vehicle, and there's a vehicle, and there's a vehicle, and there's a vehicle. They're just placed all over the place, basically. And these are actually sort of properly streamed, but there's no automatic system for that. So if you play the game here, I think there was a, let's see, is it in dev maybe? Yeah, script 1. I'll just take this here, make it a bit larger. No, it's actually not that one. It's helper. Oh yeah, there it is. Helper scripts. So load test vehicles. This is marked with the dev annotation here, which just means that it will show up here in the list of scripts. So here's load vehicles. And what this will do is that it will load the layer called test vehicles. And then there's a callback that gets called if you have it when a layer is loaded. And what this does is that it checks if the layer that was loaded is this test vehicles layer, then it sets the single player avatar as one of those scouts, basically like that guy. Let's move this off to the side. So this guy sitting here in the slope. So now if we're doing load test vehicles, now it created those objects, and suddenly we have some trucks over there, and some test vehicles. This kind of thing is done for all kinds of features, but they need to be sort of streamed by hand. You can just create any kind of object really anywhere in the game. So you just put things in on a layer, or you can just actually create them completely from script out of thin air, as long as the objects don't need to have any like properties set on them in the editor. You can just create them like this. So here we have an object that's called test vehicles : truck tree, and it's like placed here. And then you have an object that's completely created at runtime, so it's called like spawned, and then some randomly generated garbage after that. So I hope that answered your question. It's sort of like manual, but there's all kinds of sort of functionality in place to actually allow creating and destroying things on the fly. And I leverage that through scripts, basically, to stream things in as they're needed. I think the only thing that I truly sort of what I consider streaming in a general sense, streaming things of disk, is the video playback system. So like when you go to the main menu, this thing here in the background, this is a full motion video. This is actually streamed off disk, sort of probably a few hundred K at a time. But it's not really an engine suitable for like an open world or anything like with like tens or hundreds of thousands of objects, unless you want to painstakingly create and destroy those objects by hand. You can of course group them under layers, but like the single player mission, for example, it is stored here in this level file, but it's just stored here in a layer like this mission elevator, and it has all kinds of things. It's stored here in the level, but it's not created unless you actually play the campaign, in which case it actually loads this mission elevator layer, and then the single player mission kicks off. And if you don't do that, if you just load the layer, if you just load the level, it basically looks like this. Like, bloop, you just get a car, and you're placed at a spawn point. And there's no level or anything. You can just play around here in the level and test things out. But everything is there. If you want to actually load the single player level, then you can do that. You just need to load the corresponding layer. Hopefully this shed some light on what you were asking. Okay, I think this is starting to look pretty nice. Maybe I should turn my attention to the texturing next. Like now if you drive here and you come to the barrier. Oh, I don't come to the barrier. You know why I don't come to the barrier? It's because the barrier is part of the single player level. Haha. So let's actually load that then. And what I do here is basically just exporting this into like the proper file here. If I do that and then just run the game normally, then I can just load the game like this. Load game. And it actually loads the mission. And it has this small intro animation which plays as part of the mission being loaded. But yeah, I wanna basically drive back here and just have a look at this this place here now with the tweaked barrier distance and all of that. And the grass here. Yeah. This looks a little strange here, but that's probably just... I need to put something out there on the plane. Now it's just uniformly green. This thing is just... It's just very green. There you can see the edge of the actual terrain. Yeah. Yeah, I can't have this be just green. At least not here. Just in close to this road. Need to put something there. That's just how it is. All right. Oh yeah. I think this overall this kind of works. This view here now. It's pretty nice. Yeah. All right. I'm just gonna submit this stuff. And what I will do is probably go make a cup of coffee. And when I come back, we will start looking at texturing that cliff. Or probably doing a little bit of cleanup on it first, to be honest. So, basically this guy. And then I have 1, 2, well that's, yeah, okay, it's just two more. And then the cliff textured up to this point. And then I have like double the amount still to texture. But okay. One thing at a time. One thing at a time. You guys have any questions before I go make a cup of coffee? Or are you good? Go get a coffee. Oh, all right. I will do that. Let's put on this. Which one is it? It's quick break. Yes, quick break. Be right back.
power. Every core computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Alright. We are back. With a big cup of coffee. Ooh. Alright, so the plan is do a small cleanup pass for this probably. Because when we actually UV unwrap this, or not actually the UV unwrapping part, but when we start to like place things on it, such as with this cliff piece, you can see that some of these have this sort of like green, well, basically grass placed on top of them. Some of them don't. I actually had a tool in Blender which assigned those to surfaces that had, well, basically like the same thing we did previously during the stream. Tried to determine the eligibility for grass depending on the angle. And it kind of worked, but it had some issues, so I put it on the back burner for now. But basically, like, I assign these things now by hand currently. And what I actually assign is I put like a value in a specific map that tells me something about this area. I don't specify the actual green color. I then do the green color separately. But basically, my point here is that when you UV unwrap something, if you want to, for example, place grass on top of it, you have to go in and actually assign those somehow. And currently I do it by hand, and that means that if I then need to re-unwrap it, that map will become invalidated and I have to do it again. And it's sort of an annoying thing. So before I even do the first UV unwrap, I try to basically get the mesh as clean as possible, because I have to do a little bit of manual work with my current workflow here. Let's see if we can find one of those. One of those cliffs. Sorry, I have like a popcorn kernel in my teeth. It's annoying. Probably not all that nice to listen to. Means data, work folder root. I think it's probably that one, isn't it? No, it's actually not. It's a level specific thing. So we have large cliffs, work. Large cliff 1. That is most likely this guy. Yes, large cliff 1. But then we have this, and this is refinery level specific cliff 2. So it's probably cliffs. Cliff 2. If we open this, this is sort of like the similar sort of thing that we're trying to do here. It just happens to be kind of connected to the large cliff. But if we open this, we should see that it is actually the same thing. Yep. That's what it is. And so this is the sort of thing that we actually output. You can see the colors are not actually what you might expect. And the way it works is that these color values are actually assigned from the material. And we simply encode different things into different channels. So the green channel is like where there is grass. It just happens to be green. It's not the correct green value, but it's quite simply just the G channel. The edge highlights is encoded into the red channel. So you can see there's a little bit of edge highlighting going on everything. That's also sort of a an artistic thing. Yeah, so the edge highlights actually look like that. And grass placement, this is the map that I was talking about. I guess we can probably, if we switch the edge highlight material, I think we actually need to do rendered mode here to have it show up, yeah. So the edge highlights are determined, we're sort of abusing a where is it? Yeah, bevel node. And beveling gives us a dot product. Again, this is not all that different from what we did with the angle. It's an angle difference. And if the difference is large enough, we know that okay, this is an edge. So we're highlighting the edges. But this is the map that I was talking about. This is sort of rendered by hand, if you will, or assigned by hand, like this. And then I've actually painted some just hand painted some stuff on top of it to like sort of pull down these areas a little further. I think I had a separate texture for that as well. Apparently I did not. These are the things that I've just painted by hand, yeah. Okay. Hopefully I can remember how to do all this stuff. But yes, how do we actually begin? We can begin just by doing a cleanup right here in Blender using the Blender Sync system. So this is still like a so-called quick mesh at this point. When we are happy with the state of this guy, we can then save this out into its own sort of actual Blender file. And then start to modify it there and add materials and everything. But yeah, I'm gonna probably simplify this just a little bit. Like here we have some stuff under the ground. No one's gonna see this. So why not just move that thing like over there, for example? Something like that. I don't think that quad isn't visible at all, but we can still leave it there if we need to actually modify the terrain. And neither is actually that or that. Yeah, that's a little annoying to have all this crap here that's not actually visible at all. So let's get rid of it, and instead what we'll do is we'll just bring these a bit forward, just in case. Just see how that affects the overall look. It doesn't affect the overall look all that much. Yeah, that's fine. I don't really like how this is actually wound. how this is tessellated. Let's make a change here. I will dissolve that edge and then I'll put in an edge there instead. I think that is probably more natural. And then actually that's completely unnecessary, that vertex now. Right, let's do that. Well, it's not necessarily completely unnecessary, but it's mostly unnecessary. Is it actually nicer if we do it that way? I think that's probably nicer. Yeah, same thing here actually. Just do something like that instead. Dissolve vertices. What about this one then? I'm gonna have to probably look at this in the game. See if it changes things way too much. Actually, it might just be nicer to do it that way. Yeah, some of these polygons look a little wonky, but that's mostly because of the make planar command that we ran on this. It tends to make certain things a little wonky. I don't really care in this case. I think it's probably better that they're planar. It kind of just adds to the visual look and feel, sort of. Their wonkiness. Well, they're wonky in a way that sort of is consistent with the rest of the cliffs, so that's fine. What is that? That's a triangle that's never seen by anyone. Oop, that's not what I wanted. I want to take the face away. Yeah, same thing there. Actually, that whole quad is not visible by anyone, but I'm just gonna simplify some of these a little bit. Not that it really matters. Yeah, here we have actually like sort of bottom faces. We have actually quite a few of them here. Not visible by anyone. Or not visible to anyone. So, let's just take them away. It'll be easier to UV unwrap this if you don't have that kind of stuff lying around. And here's sort of like almost a complete strip that's just not visible. So we can basically make it a complete strip and then just take it away like this. One more. So just take that and then just extend it down. Let's leave that and probably take that away. I'll move that thing down a bit. There's also some stuff that's really not visible by anyone. maybe that's fine. Leave some of those things in. We can perhaps reuse this somewhere else. I mean, they're basically free, those kinds of things these days anyway, performance price. All right, here I'm just going to put in an edge like that to make sure it gets tessellated that way and not that way, because that would be silly, and Blender sometimes does stupid things like that. Okay. Then we can do a merge by distance, and we didn't remove anything, so that's good. That meant that we didn't really have any kind of duplicate vertices or anything like that. The bottom side of this rock is kind of stupid. Doesn't need to look like that at all. We have some really like thin and long triangles there. Generally a pretty bad idea to have that. But oh well. Not sure if it really matters. You can take that face orientation stuff away. Something like that. Now we can essentially remove these. Something like that. Maybe that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Good. Finish editing. Just to basically send this back to the editor. Let us save it. Now then, what I really should do now is create a new Blender file for this guy. So if we have the cliffs here, we have like cliff 6. What's that? That's probably one of the slightly larger ones that we have in the other side of the level. Yeah, this is the one that's actually connected to the mountain. It actually has like a piece there to actually connect it to it. It's basically like this guy here. It's connected to this side here. So it's actually a very similar case to what we have going on with this one. So that's good. I'm going to call this then Cliff 7. And the basis asset server is configured to ignore stuff that's inside an underscore work folder. So here we can just basically do whatever we want and not have to worry about the asset server suddenly trying to like convert any PNGs into textures or anything like that. So that's nice. All right, so let's again hijack this mesh here. There it is. And we'll just save as. Let's use the same convention, so it's Cliff 7, yeah. Cliff 7, save as. And we can just remove that. And that's fine. And then we do basically cancel edit, so we keep this Blender sync instance running. Maybe we shouldn't do that actually. well, it doesn't really matter in this case. I'm gonna unload this for now. We don't need that. Won't need it for a while. And I can stop the server here. So now we can then open clip 7. And now this is like no longer connected to the level editor in any way. This is just a normal Blender file. And so what I typically do is I use, I'm gonna move this off to the side. I use something that I call, let's see if I can remember it correctly here. Paint texture. Okay, well, it doesn't really matter what I've called it in the past, but we will get to UV unwrapping this bad boy. And basically what we can do is start by simply putting up a UV editor. Except I'm gonna full screen that for now. And we'll just start actually adding seams here. So let's do like the top side as 1. Or maybe 2. Yeah, probably at least 2. So basically like all the way over there, we have like the top side disconnected from the rest of the mesh. So we can add a seam. And then we probably want to cut this into pieces. I'm actually going to cut it here. Come on, there we go. Seam there. And then at basically like the shortest path. Perhaps not the shortest path, let's put it there instead. I think that might be the shortest path, but let's use that instead. That's good. And you can sort of consider these can go kind of nicely flat, like just flat on the UV without any kind of issue. You can see it there. Oh, clip 3 combined. Why do I have like clip 3 here? That's stupid. Replace. Black. Right. And we will most likely want to have the stretch visualized. And if you click this button here, it will actually sync the selection between those two. So you can see that we essentially want everything to be like blue, basically. So this here, for example, that's a really good UV unwrapping. And I was basically looking for this piece here. I'm wondering why I wasn't finding it, but we basically missed one edge there on that side. So let's mark seam there, and now if you UV unwrap it, now we should have it. Yeah, see this guy here. This is pretty good now, but it's not perfect. You can see there's a little bit of brightness here. That means that there's like stretching. So let's add like a relief seam over there. Unwrap that. Now it becomes almost completely blue. So this is like pretty optimally UV unwrapped now. Then we have this other piece. There's something funky going on there, and that is basically we need some relief seams there as well. So it's basically like, I guess, this one. and that one. Seams and UV unwrap and got a bit better, but it's still a little weird, but it's probably good enough. I can leave it like that for now. Then what do we have here? Let's put some seams, at least like there. Sometimes you have to like kind of separate this out into its own island. Let's try to not do that, but I'm probably gonna have to cut it up like that. You can see, yeah, now there's a lot less stretching there. Yeah, this kind of stuff is just like, well, while it might look beautiful, this is just like, it's gonna produce really wonky UVs if you do it like that. So this is kind of like the standard that I'm going for. This is probably the rock. Yep, that's the rock. That should be somewhat easy to unwrap. Let's put a seam, probably like maybe there, and also there, and there. Let's see what that gives us. Now we have one part of it that's kind of neatly unwrapped, but the rest of it is still somewhat haywire. Maybe those two. That's better. Still need to. This is still kind of like. This is the front side. Okay. Let's try to not like put seams on the very front if we can avoid it. Maybe there. That looks pretty good. And you also don't want overlapping UVs in my specific case. We can put one there as well, and that's gonna relieve it even more. Yeah, you don't want overlapping UVs in my specific case because I actually use this same UV set for light mapping. So you don't need to do that, and actually Basis does support separate separate light map UVs, but I just typically use the same one, unless there's a very good reason not to do that. Let's put a material on this guy. It's just easier to see what we're doing if we have a material there. So first of all, we can do image editor, and we can open up an image that I have, UV grid. And we'll just click the little shield there just to actually make it mark it as in use, even though no one is really using it. So the Blender doesn't garbage collect it away from us. And then we quite simply add a new material, bake material. Yeah, that might be. Oh, what happened? Blender is being weird. I don't care about that right now. Let's just do UV grid. Oh, material. UV grid. And we can take that stuff away, and we just do UV grid and plug the color into there. Right, so now we can see that, like, okay, on the top we have where we have actually sort of reasonably well unwrapped UVs. It looks kind of okay, and also this rock here is kind of okay. But then here you have like super wonky things like this. And it's like, what? What is going on here? The art style gives me Halo Combat Evolved vibes. It's the reason you chose that particular color palette and art style. Well, you basically found one of my main main inspiration, main sources of inspiration. So I'm glad if it gives you Halo vibes, because like I've said several times on the channel, that is one of the main inspirations, is like the Halo driving sections. And actually, previously, when I was working on sort of the predecessor to this project, Project Slide, which was sort of like that's the project name for the previous version. The project name for this one is Means. That's why you see like Means all over the place, like the data files and everything with Traction Point. And yeah, the previous project name was Project Slide, and Project Slide actually had combat. Means, or also known as Traction Point, doesn't really have combat. I've kind of ditched that idea for now. I'd like to have it. It would be pretty cool to have combat, but I kind of realized that I don't have the manpower to do it currently with the setup that I'm doing, so I ditched that. And the Project Slide combat was very much kind of inspired by the Halo combat. In particular, like Halo 3. Right, okay, so here we have a piece that we can't actually sort of fold like this without it going overlapping with itself. You can see here that we have like multiple pieces overlapping. That's not good. Let's go another way. That was a bad idea. I might be able to, if I do this, seam, unwrap. We need to have a look here. What is going on now? Okay, so put on the seam there, and we still need a seam there. That should be pretty solvable, and it kind of is. And if you're wondering, like, okay, I wonder if that is good enough, you can just kind of see here. You have a little bit of lightness here. Well, that's this point here, and you can see that, okay, well, this is what the texture is going to look like if we put it on top of it. You can see that this line here that's supposed to be straight, it has sort of like an edge here. So it's not like, it's not perfect, is it? But what if we had a seam there? Now we unwrap it. I can see that, oh, now it is perfect, but it's actually overlapping. So that was bad. Let's not do that. I think we can do it that way instead. Oh, yikes. No, I'm doing the wrong thing here. I didn't want both of them to be disconnected, so you... Right, that's tricky to unwrap without overlapping. How annoying. Okay, I basically give up and do this instead. Let's see. Let's clear those seams. Let's put a seam there. That means that this piece will be like its own thing. This should now be its own island. And it has nothing there connected to it. What about this? Does that look good enough? I think it basically looks good enough. What if we put a seam there? Seam. Yeah, again, it kind of intersects with itself. I bet this is one of those things that like an actual artist would be able to solve kind of easily. So maybe we'll just go like, meh, that's fine, that's good enough. I think we are. All right, and then so here we now have basically this piece, which I think we should be able to unwrap like that, separate out from the rest of the mesh. And now if we do it, it will have some wonkiness to it, like this. But then maybe if we do that, it should be kind of relieved. Yeah, it is, but there's a little bit of tension there. I think it's probably that one that's causing it. Yep, that's better. And you can see that, like, if I just make one small change, that island might be jumping to a completely different position in the UV map. So that's kind of what I was saying there when I said that I try to do these things first, and then I try to like make the mesh nice first, and then I UV unwrap it, because just making a small change to the UV map can sometimes just make it just basically jump to another position. Right, we need some relief seams on this top one. I'm gonna make that a bit more straight. Probably those as well. Let's see. Yep, that made it a lot better. Should probably put one there as well. Right, this guy is doing really poorly. How can we help him out? Maybe that's actually not such a bad idea. Something like that. Now, I think this should be its own island, but it's a really wonky island. You can see, like, whoa, the plus is just completely crazy. So let's see what we can do about this. Probably at least open it like that. And like that. Yeah. Some wonkiness there still. Relieve that. Yeah, that's probably good enough. Actually looks kind of nice. Okay. Yep. All right. So, this is UV unwrapping. Sort of like solving a puzzle in reverse. just have like a model of something, and then you're like, how I need to put together the pieces for this. It's kind of weird. Let's make a seam there. And like seams are obviously, I don't know how obvious it is, but well, now I'm telling you that seams are best to put in sort of crevices like this, not like this necessarily. They're like least noticeable if you put them in crevices. But sometimes it just makes perfect sense to have it along like an outer edge too. Right, what is going on with this guy? How should we untangle this mess? Like the easy way would probably be to do just that, and then probably one more there. And it actually worked pretty well. Not perfectly, but pretty well. If we do that, then it's probably going to be even better. That's just completely blue. What is this? What if we make a seam there? Does that help? Yeah, it does. It clearly does. Right, you can see that like this portion of this where there's just like lots of craziness. It just gets smaller and smaller all the time until you essentially get completely rid of it. Yeah, here's a little wonky piece because there's a little bit of like tension here. Let's see if we do that, then it's probably gonna be pretty much solved. But do we get overlapping? No, we don't. That kind of just about worked out. Alright, now that I did that, now we actually have overlapping UVs. So. Aku's art. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. How do you do? Yeah, there's a little bit of wonkiness here with this. That's not great. I wonder if we have to somehow like relieve this a little bit. To be fair, this thing is mostly going to be covered by grass, so I'm not like overly concerned about it, but maybe we can actually just make that have its own island. And if we do that, then maybe this can be allowed to have a relief seam. Yeah. There's a little bit of wonkiness there, but I think that's probably fine. Right, so which piece is this? Right, so now we're like deep in wonky land. Except, interestingly, I can't find that. Oh, there it is. Right, it's that one. Okay. Yeah, so this feels like probably around here. Maybe we can like bring it up there. Something like that. This is most likely going to be make it overlap. Yes, it is. So that's not good. What about that then? The same thing, yeah. So what we could do is just like cut this up into 2 pieces. Then we would have maybe less tension there. It's not going to be like perfect anyway. So I'm thinking that we'll probably actually just leave it like this. Because there's not actually like a lot of visual glitchiness going on with that. That's actually kind of okay. Alright, we're nearing the end here of the UV on-mapping adventure. Just have this piece left here, and it's complete crazy land in stretch meter there. What do we do about this piece then? It's so irregular and weird that I don't exactly know how to start. But maybe we'll start like this. And then I will have to put in some relief seams for sure. Right, it's the, oh, that's not at all what I wanted. I wanted to go probably all the way there. Yeah. And then probably that can be cut out into its own thing. And there's like super stretch on it. How do we do that then? Maybe just like that. Oh, I don't necessarily even need to cut it all the way. No, that seems to be like almost a zero stretch island. Alright, then we have this wonky thing. We have a seam already all the way over there, so we just bring it right up seam. And this piece should now be kind of good to go. It's almost good to go. Yep, that's fantastic. Right, so this is probably this part. Yes, it is. Okay. So how do we want to do this now then? I'm gonna try something like this. So let that go down there. Yeah, something like that. Oh, what am I doing? Mark seam, there we go. Right, here's still wonkiness going on. What about this then? Was this good? It's all right. It's not perfect. It's probably this thing. Yep, that was it. it's one of those things, yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's sort of like, just like not worth it to actually fix this amount of stretch here. It looks good enough. It looks good enough. But yeah, this thing is really stretchy still. What's the plan with this then? What's this then? What's this then? Actually, let's go back to that later. I'm gonna do a little bit of figuring out with this first, because I think like these outer corners here are actually causing a lot of stretching for this like upper body. What did that do? I don't think that did anything reasonably sensible. Maybe I'll just leave it like it is. We do have to do something about this then. This would be a very nice place to put a C, but I'm thinking that's probably going to cause overlapping. It is actually not. Interesting. So if that's the case, then now it is going to cause overlapping. Okay. Let's see then. What else can we do? Something like that. So now we're overlapping in two places. It's almost like I want it to overlap. It just gets worse and worse with every change. Okay. So let's just go a bit deeper. This stuff is, I think, underground in the level anyway, if I'm being completely honest. So maybe we'll actually do it like this. I'm just gonna maybe like that or something. Yeah, it's probably fine, and then we can do that as well. Like I said, I think damn. Well, this is underground, right? Isn't it? Oh, I unloaded the thing, but doesn't matter. Let's have a look at it anyway. Whoa, it's a fast camera. So it's basically this thing. Or like around here, right? Yeah. Jesus, what is going on? Can't use my own tools anymore. Yeah, it's basically that. Okay, then I don't care. It's underground anyway. Just unwrap it like this, and we should be reasonably good. Yes. All right. What is that then? Ah, it's that thing. Okay, it's no problem. And that is that. Yeah, that again causes it to overlap. Just like before, it doesn't really, there's no like real like visual problem there, so let's just leave it as it is. Right, do we have any real visual problems anywhere left? that island is kind of... It's a little wonky because it contains this sort of weird tail there. I'm very tempted just to split it up into 2 islands. Because of that, I'll probably get more out of the texture anyway. All right. So let's see. If we do pack islands, oh, I need to select everything. Pack islands. All right. I don't think I've used this before. Exact shape concave. Scale and rotate. I wonder if that's a new thing that does it that well in Blender 4. Blender 4. Do you have any thoughts on developing an interesting game loop? Oh, what is that? What? Was there a hole there? There's not a hole there, but there is now in my Blender file. Who put a hole in my Blender file? Reveal yourselves. I probably have some thoughts about interesting game loops. I might not be the best person to actually give advice on that sort of thing. If I'm being honest here. My game loops tend to sort of emerge somewhat organically. Let's merge it with that one. I think that is the most sensible thing to do here. Yeah, like I'm not the most experienced game designer. The game design, the big sort of game design plan for Traction Point is basically take Halo's very sort of physics-driven and fun driving mechanic and combine it with like physics puzzles. So I'm afraid I'm not like the best way to. I'm not the best person to sort of describe some sort of process on how to get that kind of designed or sorted from the very beginning. And to be fair, Traction Point's gameplay loop hasn't really been proven other than, I mean, if you don't consider those reference games like Halo, Traction Point's own gameplay loop hasn't really been proven yet. So I want to be kind of careful what I say about that stuff. To not sound arrogant. Because I'm kind of interested myself in seeing how it will turn out. I think that stuff is also underground, so let's make a scene there. But I mean, one tried and true technique for getting a good game loop going is, of course, to start very basic and play a lot and see sort of if your play sessions reveal something about the game and how you could improve it. It's a very boring answer, I know. It's just that I'm not like an expert in game design, by no means. How much margin do I actually need? Do I need more than 1/100th of the texture? Not sure. That looks like a safer bet. That definitely looks like a safer bet. Right. So typically for collisions, I use sort of like the same. These are low poly enough that I can actually use the same mesh, tri-mesh for collisions. If we do like a quick simulation step there, and then we turn on that thing. I have to do it in that order. We can see here that on some of these larger cliffs, I've sort of cut off the physics mesh at some height, because it's kind of not necessary to have these physics meshes go all the way up. That's not done on these meshes that aren't finished. These that are so-called quick meshes. It just takes the whole thing and puts it into the physics format. So we have things like this. This is just completely wasted currently. Completely unnecessary to have physics up there. This is quite enough height to block any sort of reasonable gameplay. You can always do more if you want to, but that's typically what I do with the big cliffs. And it goes all the way to there, where again I have these meshes that are just kind of overkill and not completed yet. But basically, for this mesh, I think we will be able to use just this normal, the same mesh for both the collisions and the visuals. So, if we go to the asset browser, and we do blueprint, and then we do, I think it is refinery level specific, right? Yeah, cliff. So here we have one of these cliffs. And you can see that it uses map refinery cliffs, cliff 1 bin mesh, and for the static body transform component, it actually uses the exact same for the tri-mesh. Yeah. So we'll do something similar for that. Same thing here. And there and there. And we have the large cliffs, and it actually has, I need to probably, and those are so large that this preview is kind of freaking out a little bit. Is it freaking out or freaking in? And by that I mean, is it zooming out or zooming in? I think it might be zooming out, like way too much. Yeah. And that's really like a bug that I should fix at some point. It's zooming out way too much when it's trying to focus on this thing. Don't know exactly why. But yeah, here we can see that like only a part of this actually has physics collisions. And again, it's like way too large to actually sensibly show here. But yeah, this then has a large cliff 1 underscore collisions, which is basically the same thing, but it's just like cut off. The top is cut off. So we'll do that for the larger ones. Cool. Alrighty then. So it's 4 o'clock here where I am, and I've been doing this for almost 7 hours. I will be doing 1 more hour. We'll try to get this mesh textured properly and integrated into the level so that we have that one place kind of fully done. I think I'll have time to do that still today. So let me look at this other one here to see how I actually did these things, because I don't remember anymore. So we have a few textures. We have one which is like basically grass placement. Yeah, and we have a paint texture material. Yes, exactly. So let's do that first. What is the size of this guy? It's a 2K texture. We can scale it down at export time if we want to. If we want to have it smaller in the game. But let's start with the 2K texture, because that is most likely going to be like the maximum size that we will need. Yeah, so here we have like, this is the output of this that feed into the material, and then we get a nice looking cliff out of it. That's just the edge highlights. That's the grass placement, and that's the painted grass, right? So here I have it in 2 separate textures. I think that's probably actually better. Right. So cliff 7 grass placement would be the first one to create. And we do like that, and then we do it ×2, and it calculates it for us. We don't need an alpha, and it will be just black. And that's a good idea to save it immediately. That's fine. It can be an RGB, that's alright. And then I think I'll create this other one, this painted grass, while I'm at it. I don't think this is probably also no alpha channel required for this one. In fact, I don't think there's any alpha channel required for any of these guys. So let's start with that. And we need a material that we can see what we're doing. If we're painting this in here, we need a material so that we can actually see what we're doing as we are doing it. So let's do shader editor. Yeah. do wonder if we couldn't we just actually use this one. Kind of think we probably could. But we basically just need the painted grass texture like that. And yes, now it's completely black. That kind of makes sense. So what we can do instead is have like the wireframe overlay here. Yep, let's go. And we'll take the texture paint tool, tool right there, and we'll be painting to Cliff 6 painted grass. No, single image. Cliff 7 grass placement, like so. And we'll want to flood fill. So basically what I want to do is I want to select the faces that we should actually paint. And now annoyingly the pivot is kind of up there, so this whole thing is sitting at under the z-axis. So let's just move everything up z by like 3, 5. 5 is probably alright. If I do it by 5, then I need to move it down by 5 then when I place it in the game. That's completely fine. Alright, so well, we'll have to mark all of these, and I'm gonna do it with this one. So select all the faces that we want to be green, right? And that one as well, actually. Yeah, this takes some time now, since I'm doing this again for the first time in like months. I haven't really created many assets lately. Just been coding, mostly the AI and scripting the mission, that kind of thing. So this takes some time. Then when I am sort of in the zone for this kind of work, I do like several of these per day, while listening to like a podcast or an interview or something. I think it's basically like this. And then we want those two. And we probably actually want like those as well. So basically sort of like all the top sides. See, can we get rid of the grid floor? There we go. It's probably actually easier if we just do it that way. You can see much more. Should that be green? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe it should. Let's just make it. That one should for sure. Probably that one as well. Yeah, that's probably it. We can put it back into textured mode or material view, whatever it's called. And now then, we'll go to texture paint. We'll take the flood fill, and I think we just quite simply click here. No, we don't. Okay. Oh, yes, we do. I just have the wrong material here. Boom. There we go. Now we have the thing painted. All right. And we can see that, okay, we actually had some incorrect selection there. What a surprise. Now we can actually just toggle between these two. Alright, does that look alright? I think it kind of does. Okay, so that's one texture. What are these ones? Maybe I can just get rid of them completely. Cliff 3 seem to be very, very old. Painted grass as well. Just no, go away. Painted grass. Why do I have Cliff 6 painted grass here? I must have just copy-pasted it wrong. It's supposed to be Cliff 7 painted grass, of course. And we can do, while we're at it, we can do edge highlights too. And we can do, open both of those. So grass, painted grass, protect that. And edge highlights, protect that. Cool. So then, now we need to do the slightly tricky thing of actually figuring out those edge highlights. It's not super tricky, but it's a little tricky, if I remember correctly. So basically, oh, 1 second. I have to take a... No, I don't have to take that phone call. That's... I don't know what that is. No, thank you. Right. So we need a special material. Can I copy from one Blender instance to another these days? That would be cool. Let's do a new material, and we call this material edge highlights. The internal clipboard is empty. Okay. Yeah, you can do that. That's annoying. That's just super annoying. Get your stuff together, Blender. What we will do instead then is append it from the other file. Cliff 6. Cliff 6. Maybe you can in like 4.2. This is 4.0. I should update. I know. Material edge highlights. We'll call that something like old. Yeah, go away. Instead we want this, and we'll rename it material edge highlights. And now go to Cliff 7 edge highlights.png, and we basically turn on rendered mode. And oh, right, we probably just need to turn on, switch to cycles. There we go. Look at that. And now we have edge highlights going on. No wireframe, thank you. And I probably need to change to GPU here. Let's see. Otherwise, my computer is just going to die. Do I not have? Okay, one second. Let's switch back to like real time mode here for a bit. Let's see. Preferences. System. $66.50. Yeah. GPU compute. I think that should work. We'll see. We'll see if it works. Yeah, it works fine. Yeah, this is the thing with Blender. It works better if you're on an NVIDIA. YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. It's probably my machine that just kind of died a second ago. I'm hoping it will fix itself. But let me know if there's like significant problems watching this. Okay, so now we have this next crap here, which is like all of these diagonal lines all over the place, and this just looks horrible. So if I remember correctly, what I did previously was that I basically marked everything as sharp, like so. No. Yes, like so. So everything as sharp, and then you set it to shade smooth. No, you set it to auto shade smooth. So what that will do is it will let these edges that are marked as sharp, which is like basically all the sort of actual edges here, not like an edge that is triangulated like this, but like an actual edge that you have here as an edge object in Blender. You mark those as sharp, but then you set it to auto smooth. And if I remember correctly, yes, now you can see, now get rid of essentially all of those extra diagonal, basically triangulated edges there. They no longer show up in the edge highlights, which is what you want. Now this might be a little heavy, maybe. Some of these edge highlights, they don't look quite that heavy when rendered with the material, but we can maybe still like bring it down to like 0.3, maybe 0.2. I don't know, 1. I don't exactly remember how to do this, or remember how to tweak this, shall we say. We would just quite simply have to see, how to test and see what's what. And now we need to, this is one of Blender's most confusing features in my opinion. You have this material here, you have just an unconnected image node here with a texture. We have the same texture here in the image viewer. And now if we go to bake mode, so bake, and we bake I think it's just the diffuse, right? Let me look at what I had in this previous one. Yeah, so it's just the color, no lighting, just the color And that should be it basically. So now bake. No valid selected objects. Sorry about that. I need to select it. And it's going to take a little while to bake. And we should basically get this output that you can see here. We should get here in this texture. Let's see if we do. That doesn't look good. Cliff 7 edge highlights. What? Am I forgetting something? Fake type diffuse. Let me just compare that to the previous one once more to make sure I don't have anything that I forgot. I'm actually going to put on the floor again. I typically don't have the .png there in the name. Edge highlights, yeah. Oh, I think I know. I think I know what the problem is. It needs to be emission, right? Emit. Yeah, emit is what it needs to be. And this didn't used to be the case. It actually did used to work with the diffuse. Yeah, I remember having the same thing previously. And being very confused. I think this is not going to work, but we need to rebake. Is there a reason you prefer this type of workflow for terrain? Are we using PBR? Basically just lack of PBR renderer. Yeah, there's no valid reason for that, I should say. If I had a PBR renderer, I'd probably use that, sure. But I've sort of established my my visual look, and I guess I've grown kind of fond of it. And I think it looks kind of unique in a sense, especially when doing this edge highlights and things like that. I've heard from several people that it has sort of like a visual identity. It doesn't look like your average Unreal or Unity game. So yeah, it's basically just it's what I'm used to doing. But yeah, there's I mean, you could definitely do something like this with PBR as well. Anyway, yes, that was the emit thing, and now you can see we got the edge highlights there, so that's good. And now we can actually hook this into the material. I can do the painting later if I want to, but we can hook this into a material and get this thing on the screen. Isn't that nice? And what we want now to do is have a one more bake where we actually wire these two, or shall we say three, if we count the painted grass, into I'm gonna want to actually protect that as well. If these three textures, we wire them into one and the same texture. And it's something that I call the combined texture for these cliffs. So we have like cliff 6 combined, and it's this thing that we looked at. So in the red channel we have the edge highlights, in the green channel we have the grass placement. The other channels are unused for now. So we can in theory even just use some sort of RG texture format. If like BC7 wasn't actually, I think, smaller. Regardless, or something like that. But anyway, cliff 6 combined, so we'll want to have a cliff 7 combined. Like so, let's protect that as well. And then I'm gonna want to have a look at what it actually looked like to do this. Actually, let me open the number 6 here quickly. Here we go, bake material. Yeah, we can probably just make one of those directly. Again, I'd like to just copy paste. Oh, we have it here. Hey, no, it's not actually the proper one though. We have the sort of like the output here again. So let's do cliff combined. That's the output. Edge highlights is that one. So we put that into X. Then we have the grass placement, but we kind of want two of them and want to wire them together. So we have an add. Like so, take that one and plug it into there. And then we clamp it so that we don't go over one, right? So value is that. And min-max, yeah, min-max is fine. And we put that into Y. So that should be it really, right? We take the edge highlights, put that into X, combine the cliff tree cliff 7 painted grass with cliff 7 grass placement. And then C is 0. Yeah, that looks good. Let's have that. And now I think we need to have a diffuse, actually. Let's make sure we have the correct one. Cliff 7 combined, Cliff 7 combined. Yes. Bake. This should be reasonably simple. It's like a very simple material this time around. Matt says, if you're going stylized, you don't need PBR. That may be true. There's some things that PBR might give you that you might still want, even if you're going stylized. PBR gives you a sort of consistency between a lot of assets, and it kind of makes you how should I explain this? as someone who doesn't really use PBR. As far as I know, PBR is really useful in the sense that if you have two situations where you would expect the lighting and the colors to be similar, if the input data are similar, then PBR will generally sort of give you the correct one, the expected output, right? As long as you're, of course, using PBR materials and have your, like if you have PBR settings for wood, right, then wood behaves somewhat like correctly in and the way you would expect from seeing wood in the real world. In all the situations where you use PBR and you use that wood material. If you're not using PBR and you want wood to look realistic, then depending on the lighting conditions and the the environment and all of that, you might have to tweak your wood to look good. Like for example, if I have a material and it looks good in daytime and then I make it like a nighttime version of the same level, for example, I might have to go in and tweak some materials because they just look wonky in a nighttime setting because I'm not using PBR. And as far as I know, that is sort of like the main benefit of using PBR. If you have like sort of like realistic or at least physically based parameters and you're sort of following those rules set out by the PBR rendering IDS, then the output generally behaves like you would expect. That is my understanding, at least. Take it with a grain of salt, as always, when I'm talking about rendering things. Okay, right, we have our output. It looks kind of horrible in here, but that's, of course, it's not a problem. Because these are not the colors that we're going for. But now we need to actually export this as an FBX file. And you may have noticed that I haven't actually exported anything during these streams manually from Blender. Because the Blender sync system actually handles the link between Blender and Basis completely automatically. But now we actually want to put it into an FBX file. So if we look here, actually go here. Here is the other FBX files for the cliffs. And basically what we want is just a selected object, the mesh, C forward and Y up. Export FBX. File failed to convert. What? What? Contains no meshes. Ah, that's why because I didn't have anything selected probably. Oh, there we go. All right, so now we got a bid mesh file. That's good. Now we'll take this Cliff 7 combined and we will save a copy outside of the work folder. Cliff 7 combined, save as image. And we should get a text file as well. Now we can go here and we can do Cliff 6 combined. We can look at this. There's the number 6 one. It's set to use BC7, so I'm thinking that's probably what I want to do with this one, the new one as well. So by default it's RGB8 UNorm. And we'll quite simply do BC7 UNorm. And I don't think we want to use an sRGB one here, right? Well, that one is actually set as sRGB. Okay, well, I guess I'll follow suit and do the same thing here. Kind of surprised at that. Maybe that's actually a mistake. But we'll go with it for now. Okay. So the next thing is that we'll want to actually create the material. Let's see, map refinery, materials, right? No, we have it here. Let's see what this thing does before we actually do anything else. I bet this is actually a material variant, and it is. So it's a material variant. We have the diffuse, ambient, specular colors, and we have the grass diffuse and the grass ambient. And these are essentially sort of like the determining the grass sections. These are determining the rock sections color. And we quite simply have to change this to cliff 7, like that. And we'll save it as probably here, right? Yes. Cliff 7. And then we export it. And we make sure that it exports correctly. And that's done. So that's good. This is now the base material. This is what we based it on. So material variant can quite simply update these material parameters here. And what this does, well, the vertex shader is super simple. It's just essentially like a standard vertex shader. The pixel shader is a little more interesting. We have the combined map, which is what we put in there, and it splits itself off into the edge highlights and the grass placement. So then we take like we have the ambient color, we have the diffuse color, and the grass color. All of the Y's are plugged into a lerp where we lerp between, like, do we have rock or do we have grass? So here's diffuse, here's rock, grass is, well, grass. And here we have the same for ambient and grass ambient. And here I apparently plug the terrain pattern into that. Right, yes, because, okay. Let's see. If we open this up, so slow when it renders those light probes. Let's wait for it to do that. All right, so we have this rock face here, for example. Just the actual rock faces, they don't use the terrain pattern at all. But then we come up here and we see that this grass actually has those splotches in it, and that's the grass ambient that causes that to happen. So that's why we have this terrain pattern only plugged into the grass ambient, not this ambient. Right. We have light maps enabled, and that's basically it. We have specular power, but it's just read from a parameter there. So that's good. I think that should work basically as is for our new cliff. So let's see if that is the case. So we need to exchange this for the new one. And what is the new one? Well, we haven't created it yet, so let's do that. Level specific. Here we have cliff 6. And it looks like this. Cliff 6 here. If we go have a look. Cliff 6 FBX. Position, tangent, binormal, normal, text chord. That's the standard mesh format. The important thing here is that if we want to use this as physics colliders, we need to tick this physics data. Those other ones are fine. So we just tick that, and that should trigger a reconversion of this this bin mesh. You can actually see here that it wrote physics data 17 kilobytes. That's good. So now we should have the mesh ready as well. And now we can basically just do level specific and go to this one and duplicate cliff 6 as cliff 7. You can drag it up there. And the mesh is cliff 7. And now you can see that, alright, it does not work. What? Alright, yeah. We need to change it in 2 different places. Like that. Now we have the correct mesh, and then we still need the correct material, which is that. And there we go. Does that look correct now? I think it basically does. We can turn off the grids and the collision wireframes and everything. And yeah, typically I go in and paint a little bit of overhangs with this for these grassy areas by hand. I haven't done that now. I'll probably do that, but I will do that when I'm in front of my drawing tablet, which I'm not currently. So that should be fine. And now, for this, we actually need to reload this editor backend so that it loads the new blueprint. And then we can simply throw away this quick mesh. This one is not relevant anymore. And we will put it in the same place, but we need to remember to move it up 5 units. No, sorry, down 5 units, because we moved the mesh data up 5 units in the actual Blender file. So it's going to go there. Cliff 7 is right there. And we'll take this and we'll put it here, and then we will move it down 5 units. And now it should be sitting essentially on top of the old one. And you can see that it is, and we can just get rid of that. Before that though, I want to quickly get the GUID for the file. 9772 blah blah blah. Let's copy that, because I need to manually delete that file if I want to get rid of it from the data. So, be gone. And now we can go here, map refinery. It's right there. Right, it's basically this one that we've modified. Take that away. Oh man, this is slow. I wonder if there's something with these Blender instances. It's not usually that slow. Red says, hello, you're doing a good job. Your engine is great. I'm amazed by your productivity, by the way. Well, thank you. Thank you. That's very kind of you. Not sure I agree with being all that productive all the time. But still, it's very nice of you to say. I have a feeling that this cliff is a little dark somehow. Or maybe it's just that I need to darken the grass a little bit. Let's copy one of these guys just to put right next to this and see. Nah, that looks fine. It looks fine. It's just that I need to darken that grass a little bit, but that's fine. That's what these tools are here for. So we have the special one that we use to specifically put grass on top of this piece of cliff here. Let's edit it. First of all, we can right. Yeah, now okay. Yeah, now I see what the problem is. The name changed, right? So this is the new one. It's called that. And it should be that. All right, there we go. Doesn't that look much better? That looks much better. Yeah. Okay. Well, that was the reason. It was just going, essentially, sort of nose diving through that mesh. And the reason is that the name changed on the path to the level file, or the file, or the mesh in the level data changed. All right. Looks pretty good. Not sure if I really need to modify this much. I can do a little something maybe. I think it's that one. And then light intensity. Yeah, just coloring this a little bit to make it sort of sit nicer here. And then we can have a drive around the place to finish off this stream. Alright, that's actually not part of this grass. It's really just the stuff that's on top of it. And yeah, I think this looks a little harsh when there's no like hand painted stuff at all here. This has just like a little bit more more hand-painted look when it's kind of like smudged there a little bit. I think I basically have to put that in here as well. Not that much. Yeah, maybe something like that. All right, doesn't that look much nicer? I think it does. Is the lighting per vertex? No. Not per vertex, but this is actually marked as all the seams are marked sharp. So in case of the mountains, they look almost like as if the lighting was per vertex, because they don't have any smooth surfaces. But if you're looking at the car, for example, this one, well, it doesn't have that many smooth surfaces, but it does have them. And you can clearly see that there's some per pixel lighting going on here. But yeah, the cliffs are very sort of stylized. Or, you know, if you put like a primitive geometry here and you make a sphere, high poly, radius 20, or something like that, you can see that there is per pixel lighting there. Okay. I was thinking that I'd like to I'd like to try this out in like a final build, but I think my build machine is going to be so slow that it's going to take ages for all of these changes to pass through it. Let's see, what is a build? Data build. Data build takes 10 minutes. Yeah. Well, I'm not gonna do that right now. I mean, the build machine will create one, but then you have to publish a build if you want to get it that way. So let's not do that. But what I maybe could do, let's hack this a little bit. I'm going to deploy a final build from the build machine. And then we can build the pack file ourselves. And then just run it with the final build exe that we get from the build machine. Hack the system. And we'll see how well that runs. Looks quite nice. Well, thank you, thank you. It's coming together. Yeah, but it's worth keeping in mind that the light mapping is still missing from this area. And it can make a pretty big difference in how it looks. Not that this is a very good showcase for the light mapping, just because there's not a whole lot of like enclosed areas in that particular place in the level, but still. Right. I'm just gonna download the final build to the desktop. While we're waiting for that, let's play this and see how it works. So this is now the release build again. The final build at least has the potential to be a lot faster, but it's not guaranteed that it is. There's our cliff. Looks nice. Looks nice. Hopefully plays nice. Let's drive up to it. Going this way. Let's have the mother follow us here. Yeah, starting to look like a pretty nice view out onto the big plain. Come here, you. Boom. Yeah, I need some proper particle effects and things for jumping down from places like that. Okay, let's do this one more time. Let's see if the mother vehicle can actually get out of there somewhat reasonably. Yeah. Yeah, that works. That works. That works. Nice, nice. Let's see if we got the final build ready to go. Looks like it. Right, so we get it as a zip file. And we'll just extract it there. And now if we run this, we'll have the old data. Let's see, 2051, so it's... where's it? Means 2051-79, it's this one. So this one is like really, it's just built a couple of hours ago. And no, actually, it's not. I haven't submitted the code. It's assembled a couple of hours ago. But it's actually built 3 days ago. But if we load this, we can just load the same save game. All right, we don't have it to toggle off the light map to get the same. Oh, what? Can I not toggle off the light map here? How strange. Right, okay. Well, that's annoying then. Like if I can't toggle off the light map. The light map is... Oh, now I can. What was that then? Ah, right, it probably actually doesn't affect the terrain. Yeah, we need to just make sure that it's off here in the main menu before we're loading the game. There's some like gotchas that you need to. now it looks well, not correct, but now it looks like we're used to. Yes, and you can see that. Okay, we have the old data now. That's fine. So now we'll just go to our local asset server here and generate pack files. Yes, and test packs is probably fine. Let's just make sure that folder is empty. Some old crap there. Right, so now we're building pack files from the data that's locally on this machine. Takes probably like 10 more seconds. Some of those are quite large. There we go. I will just take those pack files and we replace these BP4 files with the ones that we made ourselves. And in theory, this should now work. Let's see. I'm gonna shut this out down. Let's disable the not the render stats, but the light maps from here. Yeah, you can see that we're getting 120 FPS here, but it's not, can't maintain it, so I just put on VSync instead. Let it run that way. And now we have the new cliff here. Yay! Alright, how much memory are we using? 2 gigabytes. Yeah, that's a bit much. But okay then. Yeah, this machine should be able to now maintain basically 60 FPS in this scene, but there's something really funky going on with this machine. I don't know exactly what's going on. It's kind of dying on me. But, like I've said, it's pretty good to have a crappy machine to develop on. That means that when you take it off your crappy development machine, it usually runs pretty well. Okay. Well, hey, this works. It works and it looks how we expect it to look. So, that's nice. I probably will try to just get these cliffs done, these 2 big ones. Because when we have them done, then this intro area here on this side of the road is pretty much like, has like a base level of finishness about it, which is nice, because I'm gonna have to move on to other parts of this level if I'm gonna get this finished. And this whole place here, which is completely undecorated, oh my god. So many things to do. But hey, this looks kind of nice now, doesn't it? And yeah, I need to do this pipeline properly and then this cliff here, but that's on the other side of the road, so let's not stress about that right now. Anyway, I think that's basically it for today. Does anyone have any final questions or anything before we end this stream? We're going for almost 8 hours now. This is my longest stream ever, so I guess that's some sort of milestone. And truth be told, I'm probably gonna do some more of this. I tend to get stuff like this done quite nicely when I'm streaming, so probably gonna do more level stream level design streams in future. What physics engine am I using? This is physics 4 currently. Been meaning to upgrade to 5. This is 4. And yeah, technically, like the engine supports several. It has its own physics API, which then forwards the requests to like an actual physics engine. I have basic support for physics 4, bullet physics, and physics 5. Physics 5's vehicles aren't implemented yet, so I can't use that yet. Physics is free, yes, it is free. Let's see if I can find that. The GitHub link for you. Here we go. So there's the GitHub link to physics. Just download and code away. I think their GPU driver is still not open source. It's included as far as I know, but it's not open source. But like the CPU side simulation, which is the one that I'm using here, is completely open source. Recently made giant bindings to Jolt physics. I will also look into PhysX. Cool. Cool. Yeah, I imagine it being a somewhat similar sort of thing. PhysX is not just run on GPU stuff, also a general physics lib that will run on anything. Indeed, it is just C++. And that is indeed, that is the one that I'm using. I'm not using any GPU accelerated stuff. If you're being completely honest here, I have my own fork of physics. I made like some small changes to vehicles with more than 4 wheels, like a custom differential system for that. So for vehicles like this mother vehicle, for example, to help it get up slopes like this, it uses a special differential But other than that, it's a completely normal CPU side PhysX simulation. It's kind of a letdown to drive this when it doesn't have any sounds or effects or anything after driving the Scout. And yeah, this level is pretty much 1 year old now, so happy birthday level. I started building this in August last year. And now it looks like this. So, hopefully 1 year from now it will be finished and completed and out for you guys to play. Actually, hopefully before 1 year from now. But, all right. Hey, that was cool. That was a long stream, but got some work done. Thanks to everyone who followed along. If you like this kind of stuff, then stay tuned, because, like I said, I'll probably do more of this kind of level design streaming business. And God knows I have more level design to do before that level is decorated. So be sure to subscribe, like, do all the YouTube jazz, and have a good one. Hope to see you in the next stream.